They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
Hey everybody, how are you guys all doing out there? Have not been streaming. Didn't stream last week because of sickness. Thank you all for everybody who gave me well wishes and said, "Hey, I hope you're feeling okay out there. Hope everything's okay." I'm getting there. I'm getting there. It's definitely put me on my ass, I tell you. It's just amazing how life doesn't really stop when you just gotta keep going. You just gotta keep working. You just gotta keep moving. You just gotta keep doing, right? Nothing. Well, Peanut Butter Beatrice, first in the door. Good to see you. Oh, for those of you who are listening at home, right? If you might be listening to this on a podcast format, I am the Canadian Commie. Jonathan Sanderson is my name. You can find me at www.thecanadiancommie.com. I am simultaneously live streaming here on YouTube and on Twitch. If I speak to people and read comments, those are the comments I am reading. Those are the people that I am talking to. I answer questions. And if you would like to join in, we live stream 6 to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Tuesdays. Come on down, comment, ask a question, have a concern, have a query. We are discussing the very real and very clear decline of Western civilization. And maybe, hey, what can we do about it? And maybe, hey, what can we do to mitigate it? And what can we plan? And how can we organize? And where can we go? And what could we do? Dragon Fruit, good to see you. Good to see you again. It's been so hot, still very ready for fall. Yeah, it's funny, eh? Like, we had a couple of days there where it was, like, cool, and everyone was like, okay, it's fall again, and now it's spiked up again. And you got a lot of people standing around being like, wow, it says unseasonably hot. Oh, well. La, 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 la. The climate change apocalypse is coming to destroy us all. Yeah, yeah. Eggs D, how you doing, my man? Gabriel, howdy to you as well. Yes, Eggs D pointing out that there wasn't... You guys hear about the second Trump assassination attempt? That there was a second assassination attempt? Of course, this leads... I think the thing that's so interesting about this second assassination attempt is how quiet it was. Like, I thought that the first one was, like, really odd for that the first time there was an assassination attempt, it like became a news story and it was like boom for a minute, but it dropped off almost immediately, and it's just not part of the Trump narrative at all anymore. That the fact that the dude has had people shooting at him, right? Like, that's if Kamala Harris had somebody shooting at her, she would never shut up about it. Like, and I find that odd from, like, the Trump side as well. You know what I mean? Like, why is he not talking about it? Why are the Republicans not constantly bringing it up? Why is this, like, it's such a nothing burger in terms of, like, political movement at all? There's, like, nothing there. And this second one is, like, way more obvious in that regard. Like, the first one was, like, an actual news story that actually broke. But, like, I bet you most people who are living in the world, if you said to them, like, hey, there was a second Trump assassination, they'd be like, huh? What? Oh, I guess I might have heard something about that, maybe. Like, it's, like, completely nothing. And that, to me, is what's so fascinating about this second attempt. The story as I saw it was that it was like, yeah, it was a former Republican. I forget his name offhand. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, I'm a guy that pays attention to this stuff, and I'm like, I guess it was a dude who, like, had a gun and shot at the president, I suppose. Like, there's just, like, almost no story. And near as I could tell, the first guy got closer. Monsieur over on Twitch, good to see you. Austin Wallace, good to see you too. I mean, it's just kind of amazing how Americans roll, right? If it's school children, they're just dead aim, right? They got it, just dead to rights. But if it's like, you know, the president, they can't shoot straight. Jeff writes, he was an extreme Ukraine supporter. Yes, I've heard this. There's a meme on my Discord. Now that we're talking about it. Meme on the Discord. Chelsea Walsh, a nurse who had several encounters with Ruth, the shooter, in Kiev in 2022, said his threats of violence worried her so much that she conveyed her concerns to a Customs and Border Protection officer in an hour-long interview at Washington's Dulles Airport in June 2022. Walsh told the officer during the interview, which took place after she returned to the U.S., that Ruth was among the most dangerous Americans she met during her month-and-a-half-long stint in Ukraine. When Walsh heard in 2023 that Ruth was attempting to recruit Syrian refugees to fight in Ukraine, she filed an online report with the FBI and Interpol, outlining her concerns about Ruth and others, she said. Neither Customs nor the FBI followed up with her, she said. Yeah, like, I mean, we all like to kind of bandy about and joke that, like, maybe the FBI is trying to assassinate Donald Trump. You know, the FBI and Donald Trump have a history. He has gone after that organization in the past, and it makes sense that they would go after him. So it's like, why don't we get the craziest person we can find? Yeah, Eggs D's got it right. Syrians must fight for people who hate their skin color. Exactly. Like, it's just an upside down mad world, right? It's an upside down mad world. So let's begin today with a touch, just a dollop of good news, before we get into just what I'm come to call absolute stupidity, right? As we are declining, the defenders of the system of capital are getting stupider because they have to, because there's nowhere else to go, right? There's just nothing left, and so I've got some great articles here. My favorite articles to read on the stream these days have become China's in trouble. Here's all the reasons we, a declining empire with no credibility, think that a society that's obviously on an ascension with a plan are actually losing. It's always fun. But before we do that, breaking. This is from More Perfect Union. A massive strike has been launched at Boeing. About time, I say. 32,000 workers have walked out of the aerospace giant. 95% of workers voted to reject Boeing's offer, and 96% voted to strike. I'm not surprised it took this. I'm only surprised that it took this long. The reality is that Boeing jets are like falling apart, right? Like they're falling apart in midair. Like, talk about a safety concern. Talk about like an absolute, like, but Boeing whistleblowers are getting assassinated, right? Like, you want to talk about like the presidential assassination attempts? Okay, cool. Remember when like the Boeing whistleblower got killed? Remember how that happened? Yes, death by suicide. 35 stabs in the back. Monsieur writes, like Britain, the USA will be unable to develop a post-imperial identity. I mean, Britain had two benefits when its empire declined. Benefit number one is that Britain is a fairly small country, right? The idea that Britain was going to be able to project its power indefinitely is sort of silly, right? But it was able to kind of maneuver the decline in a way, so it wasn't so furious, if you understand me. That literally, like, it's all of these British people sort of holding onto their chests, being like, God save the Queen, as the boat sinks, you know? So there's like been this like quiet kind of white dignity to it the entire time, right? Parts of Britain itself are not tearing, like Britain isn't outright explicitly tearing itself apart. up until recently when they've been like electing a Goldman Sachs executive, and now the country is just swiftly declining into pretty straightforward totalitarian fascism with no end in sight. But it's going to always be Britain, you know what I mean? And then the second part of it is that they were able to kind of pivot their ambitions or pivot their imperial perspective and prerogative onto America. That America is like the child of the British Empire. That the British Empire becomes America, and America becomes the new empire. That there's this passing of a baton and like a transferring of empire over to Britain, or to America rather. When America goes into the decline, it's gonna be furious. It's gonna be just like absolutely like what we're seeing now is the beginning of it. We are witnessing the start of the decline. And the empire and those who govern it and those who rule it are doing nothing to prevent it. And I actually think many of them are so detached and delusional and stupid that they don't even acknowledge that what they're in is the beginning of an imperial decline. Like, I think that these guys are so dementedly stupid that many of them are just like, just get a better job. Just work harder. These guys are lazy, right? And that we are actually governed by morons, right? Who have no perspective on anything, right? Like literally the Bill Gates and the Elon Musks and the people that we were supposed to venerate and be like, wow, they're such super geniuses. Oh, these are the future of America, are actually morons. Like stupider than your janitor. Like when you went to school and you had a janitor, Elon Musk is stupider than that guy. For sure. Like for sure. And and so the outcome of this is that not only is there the decline going to not have any dignity to it whatsoever, right? There's going to be absolutely everyone is going to pull out weapons and draw battle lines and fight for just the dumbest reasons you can possibly imagine, right? Gob88 commenting, stupider is not a word. Well, that's a stupider thing to say. What a stupider person you are. Who cares? Jesus fucking Christ. It's always the weirdest weirdos who are like, oh, he did a spelling mistake, and I'm gonna point it out, and that'll make him look stupid. Try being less stupider, Gob. Jesus Christ. What a bunch of weirdos. XD writes, BIPOCs living in the US, arm the fuck up. Yeah, holy shit. I mean, but it is going to be like state by state, right? Like it is going to be that way. And as these corporations, right? Like, because the corporate power structure is it's the actual ruling class, right? Like we live under a series of technological feudal structures, right? But I'm seeing the word techno-feudalism get used more and more. I think that is the phrase that's getting adopted and gaining more and more popularity, because I think it describes more or less what is actually happening. That you have pretty much just giant monopolies that essentially control everything. And they themselves are falling into disrepair. Boeing is the perfect example for this. Boeing is... Sorry, I gotta pause for a minute. Gob88 decides to double down. Not my fault your dictionary is lacking, little bro. I love that this is the battle that you've taken, my man. Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and ban you, because you're obviously too stupid to talk to. Especially if you're gonna double down on your stupidity. Or should I say your stupider titty, or whatever the fuck you think is important, you creepy weirdo. I only have like a couple of rules on the channel, and one of the big ones is if you're too stupid to talk to, I don't keep you around. So, you're too stupid to talk to, go away. Pretty straightforward. Like literally like, oh, you said a thing wrong one time. You said a thing wrong one time. You gotta look at the dictionary, bro. Like, it's like, smarten up. Like it's such a stupid. You're just so stupid. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, we're here to actually like deal with our emotional selves, and come into tune with the reality of what's actually going on around us. And we got a little idiot in here trying to correct people's grammar. Like, for real. Like, we're all in here trying to crack open our internal consciousnesses and trying to delve deep into our hearts and in our souls and gain a sense of vulnerability and center with one another so that we can really face the reality of what it means to live in a dying empire and how to express that and find any kind of catharsis so that when we walk out into the public space, we don't feel like losing our minds and screaming at people. And here's the little guy being like, there's no such word as stupider. You gotta get a dictionary, bro. Like, grow up. Like, just try to be less of a child. Like, real straightforward shit. Like, maybe grow up. Don't be such a stupid moron. Don't be such a child. God, I'm just constantly reminded of how many, like, and I shouldn't be so mean to this gob person because it's like the society has failed completely. The idea that a person like this is walking around in the society at all should be a complete indictment of everything. Like, you made it out of school and nobody told you that that's a dumb way to be. Nobody told you that talking that way makes you a moron. Like, nobody. Nobody at any point in your entire upbringing told you that if you talk that way to people, they and everyone around you think that you're a moron. Okay, bud. Grow up time. Welcome to it. Yeah, exactly, XD. Grammar is more important than Gaza, don't you know? Sure, we're dealing with the existential reality of what it means to be part of a society that's actively committing a genocide, but we got to make sure that our grammar's tight. That's what we really got to be paying attention to. I think it's all that these frauds have left, is the thing. Like, it's all that these total frauds and morons have left. They don't have anything left. Because it's gotten so fucking obvious that they're Nazis. Right? Like, it's literally all they've got. Carlitos, 1917? Are you 105 years old, Carlitos? My man, you went through the Great Depression. Carlitos says, hello, comrade. Hello to you. Comrade, you know about the line of reconstitution. The line of reconstitution. It's not actually even ringing any bells. It sounds like something that I should know, but that I don't. Is this something that I should just Google? We should just Google it? All right. While we're doing that, Justin Trudeau will let the Conservatives try to topple his minority government next week. So here in Canada, there's such a thing as a vote of no confidence. It pops up pretty often, actually, in our politics, especially when you are in a minority government situation. So our government is currently in a minority government situation where the Liberals are in power with Justin Trudeau as the prime minister, but it's the NDP, the New Democratic Party, that has been upholding the power of that party. That without the NDP, the Liberals would fall. And so now there's going to be a vote of no confidence to come up. And if the Conservatives and the NDP do a vote of no confidence, it's going to lead to another election. There's a lot of speculation around whether or not Jagmeet Singh will allow it to happen. The accusation that the Conservatives use, and I think that there is actually a little something to this, is that Jagmeet Singh's pension comes up pretty soon. And that what he's basically been doing is holding on to political power in the position that he has so that he can get his pension. Right? Which I think is like, yeah, probably. Right? These people are all venal careerists. Right? Like, I almost guarantee that Jagmeet Singh is just like, oh, you mean if I just go along with Justin Trudeau for another 4 or 5 years, make it to the end of his term, I will have been in this position for so long that the Canadian government just gives me a pension. Okay. Like, I think it is that simple, and I think there is something to that. The fact that the Conservatives pointed out is a little, like, I don't know, grotesque, because it's like, you're all doing it. Like, you think Pierre Poilievre isn't doing that? You think that they're not all doing that? Like, it's sort of odd that the Conservatives are pretending like they have any moral high ground whatsoever when, literally, when Pierre Poilievre leaves office, he's going to go work for, like, a gun manufacturing company or something. Like, it's just ridiculous. Carlitos, I'm not going to click on any of those links because they're not going to go anywhere for the stream. But here, hold on. Carlitos is getting very line of reconstitution. No, I'm getting Betty Newman's system model in nursing. Drug reconstitution calculation. Mammalian germ cell development. I don't think this is where you want me to go, my man. I really don't think this is where you want me to be going. The line of reconstitution. You need to research reconstitution.net. You got it. .net. Nope, I'm misspelling it. That's what's happening. Let's just go .net. Line proletaria. All right, here we go. Now we're serious. Órgano por la reconstitución ideológica y política del comunismo. English. The international communist movement is in crisis. You're goddamn right. Well, it's been in crisis for a long time. A long, long time it's been in crisis. Its reactivation must necessarily come from the two-line struggle about problems in the general line. So this is another communist party, Carlitos. There's been a ton of communist parties that have been popping up here, there, and everywhere. We're all trying to figure out who's what and what's who. I mean, if you actually, like, the American Communist Party, for example, gets a lot of highlighting. They've gotten a lot of, press. They're somewhat notorious at this point. Radio Halifax, good to see you, right? But, like, obviously more and more, one of the big accusations that comes out against the American Communist Party is that they're Nazi sympathizers. And I think that there's credible evidence to that. One of the things that I really find fascinating is just how often these guys, like, even though they know about this critique, and when you bring it up, they kind of scoff about it, right? All they do is scoff about it and then move on. They don't actually confront the evidence, right? Because the evidence is pretty condemning, frankly. And they certainly won't talk to you about it, right? And if they do try to talk to you about it, it's to essentially be a Nazi sympathizer. But here's Jackson Hinkle, right? One of the founding members of the American Communist Party. President Trump will not be shot on my watch. And it's an AI, like, Photoshop picture of Donald Trump running forward, holding like an AR-15, with military and like Secret Service personnel around him while they're also holding automatic rifles. And then Jackson Hinkle, just like in a white suit, he's holding the gun, but like down by his side. They've clearly taken a picture of him while he was like at a press conference or something, and then like photoshopped him in, so he like completely out of place in the picture. Like everyone else is like action running, and he's just like casually standing there, daintily holding on to like a AK-47. It's not an AK-47. It's I think I want to say it's an M16. Some one of the gun guys in the one of the gun guys in the chat, please tell us, what gun has the AI conjured up for us to look at? But like, Jackson Hinkle cosplays as a communist in this American Communist Party, but Donald Trump is explicitly anti-communist. Like, literally in the last debate, he used Marxism as a pejorative in order to shit on his opponent. He's literally using the fact that, or not the fact, but he's using communism as like a boogeyman against his political opponent. And here's supposed communist Jackson Hinkle trying to convince us that he's a communist while defending somebody who's literally an anti-communist. I mean, a fascist, let's be honest, but like at least an anti-communist. So it's just another piece of evidence on the grave that is the eventual destruction of the American Communist Party, right? Like it's only a matter of time before that party either self-implodes or gains any amount of power and just sheds any cosplaying that they had towards the concept of communism in the first place. Like, does Jackson, like, the only questions that really remain is, do these guys actually believe what they say? Right? Like, a guy like Eddie, I'm like, it seems like he does. Like, it seems like he actually does believe the things that he says. I think Haz is just mentally ill, and so I don't know that he has the capacity to believe the things that he has to say in like a serious way. Like, I think he's delusional. And then Jackson Hinkle, I think, is just a straight grifter, though. Like, just a straight grifter. Like, if he could have gained any amount of prominence or power by saying, I'm a pink fairy from Gondolovia, and that would have gained him any kind of prominence, he would have done that. Because I think he's just an opportunist and a grifter. And so this is creating, like, we're in a place where we're seeing a lot of power vacuum. We're seeing a lot of, like, people are looking for something. People are looking for something and anything. Right? My own chat is evidence of this. This very channel is evidence of this. I am evidence of this. What, you think I'm sitting here because I'm not trying to look for connections and find something or find a way or direct people or do something in the midst of this absolute catastrophe? Right? So I'm not surprised to see that we have another fellow, Carlitos, coming in, talking about another political party, which I'll look at. I'm happy to look at it, right? I'm always trying to suss through who's genuine, who's false, who's full of shit, who actually believes what they say, who's actually trying to do stuff. Why is it that certain political parties seem just dead in the water? Like, why is it that the Canadian Communist Party is dead in the water, just dead? It can't get any traction. It can't go anywhere. Why? Right? Why is it that certain organizations seem to be gaining prominence even while they're full of these odd little contradictions and this odd kind of strangeness? And so I'll 100% take a look at it. Solidarity, Fiddleford, good to see you. Jamie LaBeouf answers the question of what is that there with a gun? Thanks, Jamie. You nailed it, dude. You did. You got it. Right on the nose. Woke CIA drone pilot, good to see you. I gotta read this. As Trump, the deep state is sending a message to our beautiful boy Trump. They want him to shut up about making peace with Russia, or they'll send an actual sharpshooter next time. Or the guy was just your average mentally ill Ukraine army volunteer who went to Afghanistan. I mean, I think the thing, you need a patsy, right? Like, you need a patsy. If it was actually the FBI that was actually trying to actually assassinate Trump, just, like, have a sniper shoot Trump and then arrest this guy, right? Just do that. Like, I'd say it worked for what's his name with the JFK thing. Carlitos writes, CPC is death, and we need to reconstitute communism in all the world. So, is that just for clarity, Carlitos, it's the Communist Party of China? That's what you're referring to with the CPC? Because I have a slightly different take. I shouldn't say slightly different take. I have a different take than most other communists I've seen throughout the platform. Oh, okay. Carlitos clarifies. No. Communist Party of Canada. Sorry. No, that's perfect, Carlitos. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, my experience with the Communist Party of Canada is well-meaning, right? Tired and old. Like, I just don't think that they would actually be willing to do some of the serious things that I would expect of a communist party at this point. Like, all of the fossil fuel executives should be arrested. That if I was the leader of Canada all of a sudden, like if I was the communist leader of Canada, let's say it magically happened, bing, wand, day one, all of the executives and all of the upper management in all of the fossil fuel industry would be arrested. Day one. I wouldn't even, like, I would expect that my people would just do that. And that we would bring them in and we would have a huge public trial, huge public outing. And my expectation is that all of those guys would go to jail for the rest of their lives. Like, and that, I think, is a serious position that should be seriously spoken about openly. That we should all kind of expect some of that kind of shit to be happening. Fuck this garbage like Justin Trudeau. Like, we're going to go in there and give them a 0.2%. We got to make sure that we reach net zero by 2100. Like, shut up. These guys should be in jail. The fossil fuel industry should be nationalized. Like, it really should be that straightforward. Like, these people are obviously psychopathic criminals. Very clearly. Like, 1 + 1 = 2. You can see it. We have literal documents at this point. Like, it's not even like we should launch an investigation. It's like we have like reams of confessions that these guys are outright like looking at the cameras being like, yeah, we knew about it and we did it anyway for money. It's like, okay, cool. So you go to jail forever, right? 200,000 life sentences, right? If I had the technological capacity to connect you to a neural net so that you would live 200,000 lifetimes in grueling torture, I would do it. I would do it. I would have that, and I would have no problem. You'd be by yourself alone in a room. The only time anyone would look at you would be make sure that like the drip feed that's feeding you to keep you alive is still functioning so that you can live 200,000 years in like a nightmare scenario for yourself. And I would feel good about that. I'd be like, every day I would check the feed and be like, yep, he's still being openly tortured in public for everyone to see. Good. If I had the technological capacity to do that to these fossil fuel people, I would. And I don't feel even remotely bad saying it. I don't feel like, am I the bad guy? I don't even give a fuck about that. Fuck these people. If God has any self-esteem at all, when they die, they will roast in hell eternally. Long Defiant writes, the far right thinks an assassination is worth more than an electoral victory. Honestly, dude, I don't think the far right even knows what it thinks anymore. Like, I don't even think it knows what's going on with itself anymore. Like, I think it's just like a rabid, feral animal that all it really understands is like, we're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna beat the woke mob, and we're gonna win. And we're gonna do stuff. Like, it's just an animal at this point. So they're just a total animal. Fiddleford writes, they have given up dialectical materialism, the Communist Party of Canada. I mean, I don't know if that's true. Like, every time I read something that they write, I'm like, okay, cool. But like, I just think that these guys would end up being another liberal party. That's all. Like, that's all. So it's like, are we actually like, are we actually building something so that we'll actually, like, how are we scaring the shit out of these people? Like, to me, that's the only question that we should ever be asking ourselves. Right? Like, how are we scaring the shit out of these people? How are we making it so that the 1% of the society that is actually benefiting somehow from all of this is scared shitless? And I don't get a lot of that. I get a lot of like, we here at the Communist Party condemn that. Yeah, okay, cool, good for you. Like, good for you. Like, what would you do in Kalamazoo, right? Or like these people have fucking addresses, you know. Like, it's just like, I don't get why you're like calling yourself like a lifelong communist, like dedicating yourself to the party and all of this, and not like constantly publishing and doxing these people, like, and personal information constantly. Like, the guy that was doing like Elon Musk jet, right, on Twitter, he was like following along Elon Musk's jet. I'm like, that should be common knowledge in communist circles. Like, we should know. Like, we should constantly be hounding these people. I just don't like, and I don't think that like publishing your little article in your own little space of the internet, printing your little paper and distributing it, right? I just, where's the action plan? Like, where's the actual torment of these psychopaths? Like, I don't know how you can call yourself a communist without actually acknowledging that a big part of that communism is actively seeking ways to torment these people and like keep them awake at night, make their lives difficult. I just don't get it. And that's really what I get from the CPC, from the Communist Party of Canada. I'm just like, do you genuinely think that David Thompson is like, oh, well, the Communist Party of Canada published an article saying they didn't like that? It's just ridiculous. XD writes, we must be wholesome and civil. Yeah, that's what they'll say. All right, that's what the liberals will say. Like, the liberals will remind everybody, oh, if you're being disruptive, that's the worst thing. Now, if you'll excuse me, we're going to fund another genocide. Like, does anybody actually think any politician in our society has any credibility and should be listened to or tolerated at all? Like, that's the thing. I'm seeing like everybody kind of revert back to the mean, to the middle, like, oh, politicians have credibility and should be listened to. Like, it seems like we're always kind of diverting ourselves back to that. And it's like, oh, wow, the Republicans were they were wonky, but now it's Kamala, and we're all Kamala pilled now. And it's like, oh, wow, well, back to the mean. Let's take what they have to say seriously. No. Like, I don't get this. Like, why do we think these people have any credibility at all to say anything about our lives, right? Like, the only thing that we should take seriously about these guys is when they take a pen and they sign a piece of paper and they enact some kind of law. That's the only thing we should ever pay attention to. We shouldn't listen to their speeches. We shouldn't listen to the interviews they give. We shouldn't listen to anything they say, because they're obviously frauds. They're obviously frauds. Beenan comes in with a strong comment right away. Hell nah. Why communism? Why communism? Because it terrifies the ruling class. And at this point, terrorizing the ruling class is what we should be doing. There are other really good reasons, like it is the most well thought through and well articulated theory of rebellion and revolt, which is why it terrorizes the capitalist community so much and it's so effectively. It is the doctrine of the liberation of the proletariat. It is the way. It is the way that we pursue our liberation in the long term. Right? Like, we won't be liberated, but maybe our kids will see a shred of it. And if you don't pursue a legitimate line, if you don't pursue a legitimate line that has proven itself to be effective, then the ruling class knows how to deal with you. The ruling class knows what to do. Right? Just take a look at how they handled Occupy, for example. I think Occupy is the perfect example. Right? There was no centralized power structure. There was nobody who everybody understood. Let's point at that guy, and whatever that guy says or whatever that organization says, we'll listen and we'll do what they say. And so the cops were able to just come in and clear it all out because there was nothing centralized and there was no actual power structure at all. They let it happen for a little while. The Republicans were able to co-opt their version of Occupy, which was the Tea Party. But once it became clear to the Democrats that they weren't going to be able to co-opt Occupy, that the occupiers were smarter, and the occupiers were the ones that began to articulate the larger point, which is that corporate power and political power have actually merged with one another in a fascist system. And so they had to be cleared out. And it was effective and it worked. Why? Because nobody at Occupy had actually any theory. They didn't actually know anything about the subject. They didn't know how to hold a revolution. They didn't know how to have a rebellion. And the only reason they were able to exist in that space for the length of time that they did was at the behest of the ruling class. That the ruling class was sort of going like, well, we don't want to clear them out. Maybe we can funnel it down this avenue and this avenue. Until finally they couldn't. And so they just said, okay, just send in the cops. And the cops did a great job. Cleared it right out. Right? Cleared it right the fuck out. Which, that's what all of this is going to look like. And as it's progressing and as it's moving forward, the ruling class is doubling down on that idea that works. Which is they're building cop cities in every state. Every state is getting a little fortress. And they're going to send cops out and they're going to dominate you through these cop fortresses. Bean writes, what's so successful about it? Oh, I don't really understand that question at all, my man. But, okay, hold on. So look what happened to the USSR. Okay, cool. Let's look what happened to the USSR. What happened to the USSR? So before communism came in, the country of Russia was run by a literal monarchy. Tsars and shit. The average life expectancy in Russia was in the 30s, right? 35, 36. If you're a peasant, your quality of life living in Russia is absolutely dog shit. Total bullshit. The ruling class are literally running pogroms and rounding up kids and sending them off to failed wars. I mean, sound familiar? So when the revolution happens and the communists take power, what happens to the country? Well, the life expectancy skyrockets, first of all. You have policies fighting against the bourgeois, the wealthy people in the society. Land reform happens. And you end up with a far more egalitarian system. You end up with a life expectancy that goes up, a technological society, an economic superpower. Right? And Carlitos, I'll get into China as well, because I have a differing opinion on China. which I'm not surprised to see. I think that I find it very odd. There's a Michael Parenti quote that I think is really prescient in regards to China, which is that Western Marxists seem to support every revolution except the ones that are successful. My view on China is that it is unfolding an ongoing revolution. And you'll hear me talk about that more and more as time goes forward. I'll put it to you this way. I work in a capitalist job, right? Because I have to. I don't have a choice. The analysis that Western Marxists give to China would have them say to me that I'm a capitalist. I'm a capitalist because I work for capitalists. Well, so you say China is capitalist because they work for capitalists. Okay, do they have a reason for doing so? Is there a history there that maybe we should look at and think about a little bit more deeply? And of course we should be critical of China. They're still a great power. They're still capable of doing incredibly dangerous and dark things. But are they? Like, are they? Right? So, to circle back to the USSR, if it hadn't been for communism in the USSR, Russia would basically still be run by Tsarists, run by imperialists, run by fascists, who wouldn't give two shits at all about the working people, the peasants, the factory workers. And so it's this very strange position that people hold about communism, which is that it doesn't work, and yet it so very, very obviously did. Like, it so very, very obviously did work. It was very obviously successful. Right? And you have a very similar story with China. That before the communists showed up in China, China was undergoing what they call the century of humiliation, where European powers and Americans and Russians and Japanese imperialists were basically beating the shit out of China. The opium trade was huge. Huge sections of the Chinese were addicted to opium. Literally any white man could walk into any building and do whatever they wanted to any Chinese person, and that was fine, as far as the imperialists were concerned. And they did. And they did. You have a huge sex trafficking trade. You have huge amounts of debauchery. Chinese people find themselves being second-class citizens in their own countries. And then who shows up? Mao, the communists. And they fight literally a 25-year-long war. And they win. And they chase out the imperialists. And this is all with the help of the Soviets. They chase out the imperialists. They chase out the people who are dominating and destroying them. They push them out, and they create a unified China, and the People's Republic of China forms up in 1949. While Europe is collapsing into war, the Chinese proletariat are securing their own country for themselves. So now we're getting into Carlitos's critique of China, which I find to be pretty superficial, frankly. Like that's my big complaint about Western Marxists talking about China, right? Is that you've just decided, you don't actually have evidence for your claims, that you're just fitting China into whatever definition you think condemns them, and you don't actually have a historical analysis, and you don't actually have, like, you take a snapshot of China today and you just decide they're capitalist. Okay. Well, a big part of the process is the historical analysis. And China is a long country with a long civilization and a long history. And when you actually look at that history, when you actually look at who these people are and what institutions exist in China, what I see is I see a country that fought for its independence from the system of imperial capital, right? Fought to throw off the 100 Years' War, or the 100 Year of humiliation, were successful, and then essentially right after they form the People's Republic of China, are in a war with imperial capital. That the imperialists finish their inter-imperialist war, that's World War II, right? Germany is subdued, the Soviets defeat the Nazis, Japan has 2 nuclear bombs dropped on it. I think this is very important to understand, right? And lots of people do not actually even compute this. Somehow China just lives in a vacuum, right? Just a vacuum of history where there isn't actually any events that have occurred, right? Just how, like, with the current Gazan genocide, we're all supposed to believe that history started on October 7th, right? Well, a similar kind of logic happens when we talk about China. That history began in 2005, or like history begins the moment you start thinking about China. Well, I think a good place to begin talking about Chinese history and what's going on in China today is probably 1949 and the formation of the People's Republic of China and the victory of Mao and the Communist Party in the formation of the People's Republic of China. I think that's a good place to start. That immediately the Americans launched the Korean War. Dwight D. Eisenhower threatens to drop nuclear bombs on China as China moves to try to support North Korea in that conflict. Reminding everybody yet again, 2 nuclear bombs were dropped on Japan in 1946, literally 4 years earlier. The Americans begin the process of launching a campaign in Vietnam. World War II lasted 4 years. The Vietnam War lasted 20. And the way that we discuss the Vietnam War is as a proxy war between America and the Soviets. But Vietnam shares a border with China. And all of this terrifies Carlitos. I'm going through it. I'm going to show you my logic and how I think about China. And I'm going through it right now. So, the Vietnam War begins this process within China where they begin to ask themselves seriously, how do we win this thing? Can we win this thing? Is it possible for us to see victory here? What does a military victory against imperial capital look like? And many people within China begin to say, we actually can't win. It's actually not possible to win. Mao launches the Great Leap Forward. Well, the Communist Party, under Mao, launches the Great Leap Forward. And that is moderately successful. They managed to arm 300,000 Vietnamese with guns. I might have those numbers wrong. In any case, they send thousands of Chinese troops into Vietnam. It's a huge war, a huge catastrophe. And America has air supremacy, naval supremacy. China can't get to America. Doesn't have anything to fight back with. And what really begins to exacerbate the situation is the Sino-Soviet split after the death of Joseph Stalin. Right? Joseph Stalin was a big supporter of Mao and a big supporter of the Communist Party. Huge supporter. Mao and the Chinese people owe a huge debt of gratitude to the Soviets, for sure. And after Stalin dies, Khrushchev comes to power and immediately starts condemning Stalin and immediately starts shit-talking Stalin and immediately starts trying to buddy up to the European capitalists and trying to create a policy of appeasement, which Mao heavily criticizes, and it creates the Sino-Soviet split. And so now you have a China that's fighting a war they can't win against imperialist capitalists, right? Losing their primary ally in that war. And so the Chinese do what they have to do, and they begin to buddy up to the Americans. They begin to create a policy of capitulation to capital. That it's better to work for capitalists under a negotiated settlement than it is to be bombed by capitalists. And that's literally what the Dangists, the people who call them, or people who have become called Dangists, said. And the Maoists would respond, it's better to live in poverty under communism than work with capitalists. And that was a real question that was genuinely put to the people of China. And they had a serious conversation about it. That's what the Cultural Revolution was about. That Mao, at the end of his life, wants this conversation that I'm telling you about right now, wants this conversation. Well, Carlitos, then just watch it back, my man. Simple as that. Just come back and watch it back. Because big questions need big answers. Right? Like, if you want to be serious about historical material analysis, welcome aboard. So Mao launches the Cultural Revolution. Well, it's not Mao that launches the Cultural Revolution. It's through the conversation of capitulation to capital that the youth of China begin to rebel. That the youth are like, no, we don't want to surrender. We don't want to capitulate in the way that young people will. And Mao supported them and created the Cultural Revolution out of it. And the Cultural Revolution is widely unpopular across China. It was difficult. It was a difficult period of time. Xi Jinping's sister was killed during the Cultural Revolution, for example. So Mao understands. Mao meets with Nixon, right? Nixon is the guy that's dropping bombs on Vietnam and threatening to drop nukes on China. Mao meets with Nixon at the end of his life. So Mao knows. He knows what's coming. You'd have to be crazy as the leader of China to not understand what's coming. And so when Mao dies, Deng Xiaoping is reinstated in the Communist Party and then ascends to the leader of the Communist Party, something that every communist in China knew was going to happen. They're not dumbasses. And Deng begins the process of enacting capitalist capitulation. Why? Because it's better to work for these capitalists in peace than it is to be bombed by them. China has not experienced a single year of peaceful development until this point. Up until this point, it's been nothing but warfare. 25 years of a revolutionary war, followed up by 20 years, plus years, of war in direct conflict with imperial capitalists who were threatening to nuke them, which they did to Japan twice. So they haven't known a year of peaceful development. And so what Deng brings in is a negotiated peace settlement. And the negotiated peace settlement sounds like this. We Americans will ship our means of production into China to exploit your cheap labor so that our billionaires can get access to a currency our government is responsible for printing in the first place. While you guys get the means of production. This really shows you pretty clearly that the Chinese communists understand the subject of economics and the and the Americans don't. That the American theory of economics, which is dollar primacy, profit motive, money, dies in front of real economic theory, the means of production and who controls it. So over the next 30 years, right, this all happens in like 76. Mao dies, I believe, in 76. And so for the next 50 years, China goes through an immense, intense, insane period of peaceful development. Deng Xiaoping outright says in his first speech that he made to the people of China that we have won the security of what we gained from the revolution. And what they won in the revolution was the National People's Congress. Was that China was governed by the people themselves. The electoral body of the National People's Congress governed by the Communist Party of China. That's a major victory for communism, for communists, for the development of communism. That institution that Mao governed, that put Deng forward, then put forward Zemin, Tao, and now Xi Jinping. And that organization has never had a break of rule. That if the claim is that China is a capitalist society, the answer is, when did that happen? The question, rather, is, when did that happen? When did the line of communist rule get broken? Because it wasn't broken between Mao and Deng. That it's a peace treaty governed by the Communist Party and dealt with by the Communist Party. Certainly wasn't Zemin, certainly wasn't Tao. Was it Xi Jinping, who worked his entire life in the Communist Party? That what you are looking at in China is you're looking at a country that has been forced to deal with the realities of living in an imperialist capitalist world, while simultaneously working to uphold Marxist-Leninist principles. They say so all the time. They constantly talk about it. And the analogy that I have come to give, the arrangement that we're seeing today in China, is that just because I work for capitalists doesn't make me a capitalist. And just because China has been forced into a position where it has to work for capitalists doesn't make it capitalists. That China has structure. So, for example, like Lenin's definition of imperialism is that finance creates monopolies, which then fund wars abroad to expand the system of capital. Right? That's Lenin. That's an imprecise quote of Lenin. Well, the CPC, or the CCP rather, owns the banks in China. That they have allowed a certain amount of private banking to exist within China, but all of that is answerable to the state-run banks. So the entire idea behind the entire engine of what creates an imperial country, according to one of the major theorists, it's just not possible. It's just not capable of acting in that way because the Communist Party of China owns the banks. They also own the resource base. So you end up with a country that has allowed Apple to manufacture phones in China, while China gets access to the technology. China gets access to the manufacturing base. They gain the knowledge of how to build gigantic superstructures, something they had never done, and that the Americans had actually perfected. And so what you've got now is you have a China that is coming into its maturity as a giant power. It has done so by navigating imperial capital without plunging its country into 100 years of humiliation. Xi Jinping launched a huge anti-corruption campaign, as well as a huge anti-poverty campaign in China, specifically to deal with the problems that Deng Xiaoping said would exist. So it's all right in line with the theory. And now they're in a position where they are, and this is my statement, this is my, I'm not pulling this from anything, this is just my observation, where what they are doing now is pruning the garden. That China has benefited greatly. It has huge infrastructure projects. It has huge wealth distribution projects. It's constantly looking at the systems that exist within it and working to smooth these things out for the benefit of the people of China. And it's constantly doing that. And I think the most impressive part about the communists in China is that when they do something and then they see it isn't working, they change it. They're very serious about it. They're not fundamentalists. And and so now they've got a society where they do have capitalist structures and enterprises within their society. And those capitalist enterprises and structures exist beneath the structure of the Communist Party. That the ruling class in China is the National People's Congress and the Communist Party of China. That through its negotiations with imperialist capitalists has been managing these systems of capital that have existed within their society. And what do the Chinese expect to see? Well, they're communists, so they know the theory. They expect to see these capitalist enterprises go through crises and collapse. That's what they expect to see. When they collapse, and they have collapsed throughout Xi Jinping's career, and when they collapse, the Chinese don't bail out the billionaires, don't bail out the capitalists, they bail out the workers. They make sure the workers are housed. They make sure the workers have places to live. They make sure the workers have food. They make sure the workers have wealth and are protected. And then they turn to the capitalists and say, this is your crisis, you pay for it. And if they have to, they seize assets and take hold of assets for themselves. This is a process that I have come to call pruning the garden. That they have had to negotiate with the imperial capitalists, and as imperial capitalism and as the capitalists, as their systems begin to collapse, as Marxist theory says they must, well, then they seize them and take them for themselves. And as we move forward, and as we see more crises, and as we see more events, what we see is a country that's doing exactly that. That's exactly their theory. While they're doing that, China has begun to assert itself in the world in a much more serious way. And this is what has people acting very suspiciously towards China. But China isn't acting in an imperialist way unless talking to people in trading is imperialism, which it isn't. And so my position on the Communist Party of China and on China generally is that it is a revolutionary communist party, and always has been since 1949, that has been dealing with the historical reality of what it means to live in a world dominated by imperialist capital. And while it has had to make concessions and capitulate to that system of capital, it it is still dedicated to the founding principles of its nation. And the way it's maintaining its dedication to its founding principles is through the institutional authority of the National People's Congress and the strength of the Communist Party of China, which has never been broken. Not since Mao. And so that's my big challenge to Western Marxists. If you want to convince me that China is capitalist, that it is actually pursuing imperialism, a good place to start would be by saying, okay, cool. So when did that begin? Because it didn't begin under Mao. It didn't begin under Deng. Didn't begin under Zemin or Tao or Xi Jinping. When did it begin? Because all of those men came from the National People's Congress and the Communist Party of China. And they have all been working for the improvement of China and the dedication of China. And they have all been taking the baton from the previous leader and building upon it constantly. This isn't to say that China is a utopia, obviously, but the first people who will tell you that are the Chinese themselves. And that when you listen to the Chinese, very recently there was a protest movement throughout China, which was an echo, very clearly, of the same protest movement that happened in Tiananmen Square, which was an echo, of course, of the Cultural Revolution. Because that tension between the Maoist idea for a communist society and the realities of needing to deal with a capitalist, imperialist external force will probably always exist within China as long as capitalism still exists. And that's the movement, and that's the movement forward. And as they develop away from the capitalists, they need to ensure that they are also protected from the capitalists. So I hope that answers some questions. I hope that you'll listen to that on the way back, because I bet you've left by now. But and that you'll give that a re-listen, and then you'll come back around and have questions. Because my concern is that what happens is that new Marxists especially essentially they take a snapshot of China, they say history started today, and they see that it has the gap, and they go, okay, it's capitalist. Okay, then so am I, and so are you. Because you work for capitalists, and so does China. Jeff writes, Poland is lobbying the EU to stop all social benefits for Ukrainian draft dodgers and force them back to Ukraine. They really do want every Ukrainian to sacrifice themselves for their war. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's better that they die than we do. That's literally our stated, like, somebody from the American government literally said that on, like, the Daily Show. Like, that's our stated policy. We're gonna fight to the last Ukrainian, right? That's our position. Joe writes, being a cog in the machine does not automatically make you a proponent of the machine. Yeah. And like there's a couple of other things when it comes to China that I do like to bring in, which is like they understand the concept of planning and they understand the long view, and we don't. We really don't understand that. And like we really, really think that what happens in like a 4-month span is the most important shit. And nobody takes a long view. Nobody steps back and it's like, okay, what happened like 2-3 years ago, 4 years, 5 years, 100 years ago? Nobody does that. Right? But that's a historical analysis. That's what that means. Yeah. XD writes, history began on June 4th, 1989. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like it should be noted that North Korea is still in a state of war, technically, right? And they went through a period of believing they could reunify with the South, and that's over now. They tore that shit all down. So, I think a renewed military action between the North and the South is inevitable. Probably because, like, by the time it happens, the South Koreans will essentially be dead. Like, they're basically committing suicide at a rate higher than everybody else, and their birth rate is 0. Like, it's literally 0.3. So, like, the North is literally looking at the South being like, oh, eventually we'll just be able to walk down there. And, like, that's probably what's going to happen. Exhale writes, did you see that blunder from Beginning September by Lindsey Graham? No, I try not to pay that much attention to Lindsey Graham. Rob Bob, I don't know if I've ever seen you here before, Rob Bob, but says actually very informative. Thanks. Oh, thank you, Rob Bob. I have a great deal of respect for China and the history and the Chinese communists. I think that the thing that we really should be doing, and I'm actually very genuine about this, and the people who genuinely think that China is actually a fascist authoritarian state really get mad when I say it. But we should be learning from them, right? Like we are not the masters in that conversation. I think that's the thing that really flusters people about how committed I am to this idea of what China is doing. That we act like we're the masters. I don't know what makes us think that we're the masters. We've literally never even had a successful revolution here. I don't know by what magic Western Marxists think we have the right to stand up and criticize the Chinese Marxists who have had a successful revolution, who have had wars against imperial capital, who had to capitulate, who have had to maneuver, who have had to govern. Like I don't know what makes anybody in the West think they have the right or the position or the perspective to stand up and meaningfully criticize China in a way that is coherent. Like, it'd be like me sitting down at a table with Magnus Carlsen and then trying to criticize his gameplay. Like, nah, bro, you're there to learn. You're there to learn from a master. And when we look at China, that's what we should be doing. That's not to say that we shouldn't be open to criticism, but that criticism should be rooted in our position. And our position as Western Marxists is not that we are the masters and they should listen to what we have to say. Right? They've been doing it a long time. They have literal institutions that are governors of a country based on Marxist-Leninist theory. Like, what do we got? Guys on YouTube? People in, like, coffee shops? Like, come on. It's time for us as Westerners to get serious about it. And if I really wanted to dig into this critique, and sometimes I have to, I think that there's a lot of Western chauvinism in that conversation. I think that there's a lot of Westerners who think they can talk that way about China just because they're white and just because they're Westerners. And they refuse to actually humble themselves. And they refuse to actually look at China and say, oh, damn. Oh, damn, look at what they're doing. Look what they're achieving. Look at what they've managed. No, we gotta look at them and tear them down somehow. We gotta look at them and be like, no, it's just bullshit capitalism. It'll fail like we failed. Right? They'll have the exact same shit happen and it'll all be exactly the same because they're not actually different than us, actually. They are. They are different than us. They're a lot different than us. And it's just our immaturity and our inability to believe it. Like, very simple things. Like, here in the Western world, we have an antagonistic political system. We have a political system that fights against itself all the time, constantly. We've got these vying, competing parties, which are all capitalist parties that exist to create a kind of a television show like WWE, So you end up with like cosplayed politics, right? And you're supposed to pick between these different capitalist factions, and that's somehow going to improve your life. And that's what we consider politics, right? Well, that's not what China is doing. China has a long-form political institution that is about unity and unification, and is about taking what the previous leadership and the previous generation of the Communist Party and of the leadership of the National People's Congress was doing, and taking that baton, improving upon what you found, iterating on it, and then passing the baton to the next generation. That's what the institution exists to do. And we don't believe it. We don't believe it. Because believing it would mean that there's a superior model in the world that didn't come from white Westerners. Well, believe it. And it's going to get really obvious, by the way. Like, it's going to get really, really obvious. Like, China is going to develop in ways that's going to become completely undeniable. They're already the industry leaders in most industries at this point. Certainly most tech industries at this point. Like, these are the guys that are going to be exploring space. These are the guys that are going to be building moon bases. These are the guys that are going to launch rockets to Mars. These are the guys that are actually going to do it. And the way that they're going to do it is because they decided to do it. And they created a plan. They didn't create incentive structures. They didn't need to create competing people to create, well, we'll have a contest about it. They literally went, we want to do that, so we're going to do that. And they directed their energy to do it. And we just refuse to believe it. We just refuse to believe it, in spite of all of the overwhelming evidence that that's exactly what they're doing. So there just comes a point where I do have to say out loud, maybe you're just a chauvinist. If you're still looking at China with this position that somehow you think you know more about China than the Chinese do, yeah, maybe you're just a chauvinist. So that's my big warning to everybody in that conversation. Because when I look at China, and when I think about being a Chinese citizen, when I think about being in the National People's Congress, and when I think about the history that they've experienced, and how they discuss their own country with each other, I see a country that's trying to keep itself unified, trying to keep itself strong, trying to develop itself, trying to have negotiation and trade with the rest of the world, and trying to advance the project of humanity without dropping bombs on anybody. That's what I see. And I don't really know what anybody else is seeing. I don't really get it. Generation Y Me writes, no, I don't want to be a capitalist. Too bad, Generation Y Me. Do you work as a janitor? You're a capitalist. XL writes, Lindsey Graham standing next to Zelensky saying, thanks for fighting Russia for us so we don't have to. We need to support you for your $1 trillion resources. Is that a direct quote? Is that a direct quote? Like, thanks for fighting Russia for us so we don't have... Hold on. Lindsey Graham. Thanks for fighting Russia for us so we don't have to. We need to support you for your $1 trillion resources. Yeah. Nice. Baldy McNosehair, how you doing? Hello, fellow comrade. How's the month going for you? Tired. I'm exhausted. Because I'm sick. And then on top of that, my manager, who really was fighting for workers and for workers' rights, for me, really, in my workplace, just resigned. So I'm going to try to start pressuring the people in my workplace to unionize, because I am absolutely certain that our owners are going to try to strip benefits away from us and try to make try to make more money from our labor, basically. Like, they're already doing a bunch of really shady bullshit and, like, real disgusting shit, frankly. Like, I read an article on here not that long ago about the big increase in temporary foreign workers that has happened across Canada. Yeah, that's our whole kitchen. So, yeah, why must businesses suck so hard? Because they're top-down totalitarian dictatorships. That's my absolute favorite part about living in capital and living in the system of capital, is that all of these capitalist simps live in a dictatorship. Like, they spend most of their lives toiling under a dictatorship, and they, while pointing at places like China and Russia and saying those are dictatorships, like, my man, your job is a dictatorship, like straight up. But they earned it. Okay. Inverted Mystic, it's good to see you. It's good to see you too, Inverted Mystic. I feel like it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well out there. Baked Potato writes, "Hey John, don't forget, Fidel Castro said Xi Jinping was a great communist leader. Also, Malcolm X and the Black Panther Party all supported China, read a lot about China, and learned from China." Yeah, that's what we should be doing. Right? That's absolutely what we should be doing. And, like, I don't know how anybody looks at the life of Xi Jinping and thinks, this guy's for sure a capitalist. Like, I just don't get it. Like, Xi Jinping started his journey in the Communist Party, and people were very skeptical of him because he came from a bourgeois class, right? It's the reason his sister was killed in the Cultural Revolution, is because their family was persecuted, right? During the Cultural Revolution. He was rejected from joining the Communist Party like 5 times because of that persecution. But he persisted, right? He eventually gets allowed in and has essentially spent his entire life being trained as a governor in the Communist Party. That they started him in a very small place, a small village, right? And then a larger town, city, a province, until finally now he's the leader of China. It took him like 40 years. And it's a, like, if your position is that Xi Jinping is a capitalist or that China is a capitalist, it's like, okay, when did he say this? When did he actually say out loud that we're working to make the place more capitalist? Like, it's pretty clear to me that what Xi Jinping is doing is the same thing that all of these Chinese communist leaders have had to do, which is to straddle the line between creating a socialist country, creating a communist country for their citizens, while defending themselves against the specter of capitalist war. And it shouldn't be a shock to anybody that in the moment when China becomes its strongest, that's when the capitalists begin rattling the war scepter more and begin moving its resources out of China and begin decoupling itself from China, begin transferring its manufacturing base into India, which incidentally is going to reignite the exact same cycle. India is going to go through a huge growth pattern over the next 30 years. And India is going to explode, and India is going to see a big amount of growth happen. The difference is that India is run by... they have no principles. They have no center. People say that Modi is a fascist, but it's like, nah, he's just a guy. Like, he doesn't actually have any principles. He doesn't have like a little tan book or something. Like, he's just the leader. He's just a guy who happened to find himself the leader of that country. And every time I look in at what Modi is doing, I'm just like, yeah, you're just an opportunist, right? You're just walking around putting out fires, right? You're just walking. You have no institutional ideas. You have no institutional thoughts. And that's how you actually build like a government and like a country, is through institutions. Generation Y Me writes, "Joke's on you, I'm laid off, I don't work at all. Why must businesses suck so hard?" Yeah. Compton, good to see you. Checking in, trying to decide what's for dinner. Yeah. I think I'm just going to have noodles for dinner, right? Inverted writes, "It wasn't Xi Jinping who made China more capitalist. It was the guy before the last. Forgot his name." So it's, I'm definitely, Eggs D, help me out with this, because I know you know for sure. I keep calling him Zeman, but his, I I think that China is, so you have Mao, Deng, Zeman, Tao, yeah, Jiang Zemin, Jiang. I should call him Jiang. That's the naming convention. Mao is his first name, Deng is his first name, Jiang, and then there's Hu Mintao, and then Xi Jinping. Those are the five leaders of China, right? And and of course it's a little muddier than that, but that's fine. And the so after Deng, right? Like Deng goes through a process of opening up. That's what he called it, right? That's basically how he pitched to the Chinese people the capitulation to capital. We went through a process of opening up, right? We have to open ourselves up to the world. China cannot remain isolated. We have to open ourselves up. Well, open yourselves up for what? Right? For China to bring in factories, or sorry, for capitalists to bring in factories, take advantage of cheap labor. Like, it's true. Like, that's all sucks. Like, it's not fun by any stretch of the imagination. But it's that or bombs. So, pick your poison. Like, I know that if somebody came up to me and said, "Hey, John, you have to pick between essentially the life you have now, right? Or put on this helmet, take this gun, we're going to send you somewhere and go kill some people," while you never actually see your opponent and they just drop bombs on you from the sky. I know which one I would pick. I still complain about this, right? I still think that there could be vast improvements. But if someone's trying to genuinely tell me that, like, Deng betrayed China, like, nah. Nah, I don't think so, bro. Like, I think it all makes sense. And then Jiang actually pulls back on many of Deng's policies. That Deng's policies of opening up actually ball a little too hard for the Chinese people. That's why you ended up with the Tiananmen Square protests. What we call the Tiananmen Square massacre, which is just a fucking total bunch of bullshit and just dishonest. And Deng Xiaoping resigns over it, right? He resigns over the Tiananmen Square protests. And Jiang Zemin takes power, regresses some of Deng's policies, some of the opening up policies, and then continues governing China. And so, and then he passes the baton to Tao. And honestly, like, Tao's big contribution to the entire project was really just kind of staying the course. And also, like, a large cultural factor as well, I think. And so it's not until you get to Xi Jinping. What's really interesting about Xi Jinping, and it's very fascinating, and I love to talk about it, and I love to think about it. Jintao. Thank you, XD. I appreciate that. Jintao. I got to get this down. I just need to memorize it. I'm just, no, the naming convention is the first name, right? Mao, Deng, Jiang, Jintao, Xi. That's the convention, and so I should stick to the convention. The In any case, what's interesting about Xi is that he is the first leader of the Communist Party that didn't really know Deng. That both Jintao and Jiang were picked by Deng, or at least like helped along by Deng. Not picked, but like Deng was in their wheelhouse. They knew Deng. They worked with Deng. Xi Jinping is the first guy. He's the first leader that was born after the formation of the CPC, not the CPC. Sorry, of the People's Republic of China. He's the first leader that was born after the formation of the People's Republic of China, and he's the first leader who really didn't know Deng. So he really is like. Mao is one of the most important communist leaders in that country because he was a revolutionary leader. It's him that is the reason the People's Republic of China exists. Deng is the one that put China on the path that it is currently on. And now Xi Jinping is really the one who is having to guide China through a new era. That everything up until Xi Jinping was charted in a way. Like Deng Xiaoping talked about it. And now it's this is why I'm pretty forgiving, frankly, of Xi Jinping and these communists, because they really are going into uncharted territory. They really are like breaking into the newer element, and we should root for them. We should be hopeful that they're successful. We shouldn't be trying to throw sand in their eye. We certainly shouldn't be joining the imperial capitalists who are trying to do everything they can to shit on China. Like, I don't see why we should join in the shit on China train. Like, I think that China should be our friends, and we should work with them and learn from them and try to be good to one another and them. I don't know why we should jump on this train of shitting on them every opportunity, just like the imperialists do. Inverted Mystic says Xi Jinping could have completely went communist. People want to hear this, but you have to play the game to reform China. Yeah, I mean, that's the hard reality, right? The hard reality is that imperialist capitalism exists and has I don't know what evidence you need to see. Like this is the part of the conversation. I've had straight conversations with people who consider themselves communists where it's really, really obvious that for some reason, when it comes to China, just the subject of war just evaporates from their consciousness completely. It's a phenomenon that I've called war blindness. It's just, I don't know how you can look at America literally destroying the Middle East, Libya, like just outright death squads, carpet bombing, total destruction for fucking 40 years. For 40 goddamn years. And you know that they're supporting a genocide in Palestine. You know that they're funding Ukrainian Nazis. Like, you know all of this. And yet suddenly when it comes to the subject of China, war? What, huh? No, the Chinese aren't reacting to anything. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the actual fuck are you actually talking about? Like, the Chinese are highly aware of what the Americans are capable of. They are extraordinarily aware of what the Americans are willing to do. They see it with their eyes. And the idea that what China should be standing up and poking them? China should be standing up and doing everything they can to alienate these guys and create problems? What are you, crazy? Like, what are you fucking out of your mind? So, I got a lot. I have a lot of concerns about how Western Marxists think about China, because they have to do what they. You got to do what you got to do. Like, you just do. And it's sort of odd to see these very same people say that, like Lenin capitulated to capitalists once before too. He even ceded territory. Right? That's something that the Chinese never did. The Chinese didn't cede territory to the Americans. Right? Lenin did. Lenin ceded territory to the Germans. I guess he's not a communist. So it's just sort of odd. Inverted writes, I don't think anyone really wins a Chinese-American war. Yeah, no, it's a total catastrophe for all parties. Right? But the Americans are moving in that direction because it's all the Americans know how to do. Right? Like, you're dealing with a deeply bloodthirsty, deeply fascistic, kind of mentally ill, crazed, insane nation that has always been that way. Like, America was spawned from genocide and slavery. That's where it came from. Right? There is no come to Jesus moment coming. There is no moment where America suddenly goes, oh, goodness me, perhaps maybe the best way to operate in the world to ensure prosperity and safety for everyone, perhaps maybe the thing that we should be doing is negotiating peacefully with our neighbors and trying to create win-win diplomacy so that all parties can thrive. Never. Fucking never. You're living in a dream world if you think that's going to happen. Like, America has always kicked in the front door, killed everyone who was useless to them, enslaved everyone they could, and stolen as many resources as they could get away with. That's always what they've done 100% of the time, and they're going to continue acting that way. That it isn't going to be, like, I will begin to believe that America and that the North American continent generally, the West generally, is capable of having a good faith conversation in a diplomatic manner after the country collapses, after there is an internal conflict, after there is a balkanization, after warlords appear and little cultures and the whole thing breaks apart. Alliances are formed between states and they create federations here and organizations there. And then from the ashes of that rises a communist or progressive or whatever the fuck name they're going to use for themselves force that is actually genuine and somehow unifies the continent, to then come out on the world stage and say, okay, cool, we're here to talk in good faith. So until that all happens, no one should trust America. No one should trust the West. We are Nazis. We are just this absolutely psychopathic, foaming at the mouth, ruthless, murdering, crazed killer. That's what we are and what we've always have been. And until we actually figure out, as a people, that that's stupid, it's a shitty way to live, it's a shitty thing to inflict in this plane of reality. It's shitty. It creates nothing. We're creating a hell for ourselves. Like, this could be a real oasis. This could be a real heaven That the people who spawn into this reality could literally spend their entire life living in just total ease and doing nothing but creating art and discussing the nature of their reality, discussing what it is to be alive, having serious adult conversations with other serious adults who take the reality they are in seriously. And take the idea that, yeah, there should be an easiness to your existence. There should be an easiness to it. All of this anxiety and depression and fear. What? Why? For what? Like, that's great if you're a monkey, I guess. But if you want to be something other than that, but what we're doing instead is just making everything difficult for no reason at all. So that like a small handful of guys can just get numbers in a bank account and like shoot themselves at space or whatever. Like that's the part about it that makes it the most pathetic. That's what makes America the most pathetic. Like if we were living in this structure, right, where we have this like duopoly, we have this like fake democracy, right? If we were living in that structure, but the people who were governing it were actually like doing cool shit, like building awesome stuff, right? Creating interesting institutions, right? Making stuff that's worth participating in, right? Then I'd criticize the structure and I'd be like, yeah, but at least you could be like, okay, cool, but like these guys are actually doing some rad stuff. It's interesting what they're doing. But these people are the most vapid, empty, anti-intellectual, anti-creative Luddites who have probably ever walked the earth. These guys are dumb. They're stupider. It's just fucking dumb. And you have the richest people in the history of humanity squandering their own lives pursuing nonsense, just like manic pixie dust shit for fucking nothing. Like you've got Elon Musk buying Twitter. What? Like he didn't build Twitter. He didn't create Twitter. He didn't make Twitter. He just bought it and then fucked around with it. And that's his whole legacy. Until everybody figures out that, oh, he was just a frontman for the military-industrial complex the whole time. That's all he ever was. That's all he ever is. Like, he's literally there to just be cover for the military. So that they can be like, wow, look at this cool, interesting thing that Elon Musk is actually doing, actually. What a bold, intelligent entrepreneur. Yes, he's building Starlink. Yes, a satellite system. It's okay. It's cool that he's doing that because it's a private company. Certainly not a front for the United States military, which is exactly what it is. Like, come the fuck on. Like, Elon Musk exists because of government subsidies. All of his projects just happen to be really fucking useful for the United States military and their stupid ideas. Like, CH, good to see you, by the way, bud. The best the U.S. ever had was Roosevelt, Truman, 1932 to 52, and their administrations are not all that great if you look into the details. UK and France still very much ruling things, and USA letting them. Once Eisenhower takes over the whole show after Suez Crisis, it's all USA, all the responsibility, with few exceptions. The UK is always there for the worst stuff, of course. Of course, the UK still wants to be like an imperialist power, right? At least Roosevelt and Wallace had hard criticisms of Churchill since then no imperialist daylight. Yeah, No, it's well, and the only reason why Roosevelt acts the way he acts is because there's like major protest movements going on throughout the United States. Like, they're not passing the New Deal because they're good people, right? They're passing the New Deal because they're terrified of us. Because we actually like go to their houses and cause them problems. Right? We make it difficult for them to enjoy their lives. When they go to their shitty little country clubs and their golf courses, we show up and cause problems for them and ruin their day and make it difficult for them to enjoy themselves. Yeah, Roosevelt existed. I mean, the choice the capitalists came down to, what they actually looked at, was pass these reforms of capital or face a revolution. Right? They chose. And what has the capitalist class done ever since? All they've done ever since is try to destroy New Deal legislation. That's all they've ever done. And so my criticism of the communists, the trade unionists, the socialists of that day was that they took the deal. And they shouldn't have. They should have walked into the White House and they should have said, "You're done. It's over now. No more capitalism. It's finished." And what evidence do we have to show that that's what they should have done? You're living in it. That the capitalists are incapable of reforming the system of capital in the long term. You might get your short-term gains. They will not stay. Yeah, they even try to destroy or at least skirt child labor laws. Yeah. Like, these people have no souls. Like, they're soulless, and it's obvious. Like, they don't even care about their own children. Like, that's the part about it that I think is just so astounding. Right? Like, we can pivot pretty cleanly into like, almost 1 in 4 millennials and Gen Zers say they won't have kids due to finances. Your system is a failure. Right? Like, that's a major, major failure. Like, when other countries experience population declines and things like this, it's because they intentionally do so. Right? They intentionally do so. When we do it, it's because we're so insanely short-sighted and greedy that we impoverish most of the nation. While capitalist simps have the temerity to stand up and tell us, "This is actually the best. This is actually the best." Like, we're living in the echo of the New Deal. And the generations that are going to follow up, like, they're not even going to have the echo anymore. Right? It's just going to be techno-feudalism with just like a steadily regressing system. Like, if the capitalists can make you work for nothing, they will. Like, they absolutely will. Yeah, just work hard. Yeah. Got to get those crumbs. At least it's something. Right? Vote for the lesser of two evils. Right? If you don't vote for Kamala, then Trump will get in, and that matters somehow. Roosevelt was an elite, and yes, responding to the protests. Truman was an ordinary guy, probably really believed in the liberal version of incremental progress. They never let ordinary guys hold power again. I mean, the Truman Doctrine was pretty brutal. Like, let's not glaze over. Like, Truman's the guy that's dropping nukes on the Japanese, and then going like, "We had to drop those nukes. If we didn't drop the nukes on the Japanese, then the loss of our boys overseas would have been way worse. We would have lost many more men storming the Japanese shores," which is like all total fucking bullshit. Even his own generals said it was bullshit. Like, they weren't going to storm Japan. They weren't going to send men into Japan. The Japanese were already signing, negotiating surrender terms. They dropped nukes on Japan to show the world they would. They look so that they could cold ass look at China and look at Russia and say, we'll nuke you. And the Russians and the Chinese would go, oh, I bet you will. That's why they dropped those nukes. And for no other reason. They didn't do it to win the war, because they had already won the goddamn thing. The Japanese were already at the table negotiating surrender. So why'd they do it? To show the Chinese and to show the Russians that they would. Don't you fuck with America. When we say we're going to do something, you goddamn better believe it. So when we invade Korea, murder a whole bunch of people, and we say if you come up here and cause us problems, we'll drop a fucking nuke on you, you better goddamn believe it. That's Truman. Literally the only president to actually drop nukes on a civilian target. Eggs D. Grr. Let us enslave you. How dare you resist? Grr. Yeah. How dare you fight back? Right? Like, that's always the fun part. It's like, it seems to be the major thing that empire apologists cry about. Right? Oh, inverted. I have an extremely unpopular opinion. Well, I know all about having unpopular opinions, inverted. So please, let's have unpopular opinions together. The only reason January 6th was a big deal because it was at the Capitol. If it wasn't a Capitol protest, wouldn't have cared. I don't know if I understand your point fully, so I don't know if I'll comment on it inverted. Maybe rephrase it, because I think I'm just misunderstanding. Yeah, I'm going to say that that's the case. I don't think I understand your point. CH, he's in power like 4 months when that decision is made. Truman was told it was a military target. POTUS isn't really in charge. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true enough. I don't really know CH. Why? Dude, do you have a poster of Truman in your bedroom? Is that what's happening here? Are you like a Truman head? A Trumanite? Say Trumanite. Right? There's going to be a huge resurgence. There's going to be this big, enormous upswell of support for Truman all of a sudden. We're going to see like movies and movie posters. It'll be like Reagan, right? It'll be like how there's like a movie of Reagan right now. It'll be all of this like enormous, all of our billboards and all of our media, and it'll be like, Truman. God damn it, Truman, I'm telling you, we can't do it. Yes, we can for the American people, right? And it'll be like this huge, it'll be like a cultural phenomenon. There'll be a Broadway musical, Truman the Musical, and you'll be in here 4 years from now and you'll be like, I knew it. I always believed, Jonathan. I always believed in the power of Truman. Is that what's happening? That was very enjoyable. Dude, I'd love that. I actually would. I would love it if Americans suddenly became like hyper nostalgic for like fucking Truman. Generation Y Me writes, oh my god, I found a cartoon about Africa from 1960s Russia. Can't remember the name, but it was good. The how dare you resist line reminds me of it, yeah. The power of Truman compels you. Thanks, Peanut Butter Beatrice. Okay. Inverted Mystic. We're going to go through your thing again here. The only reason January 6th was a big deal because it was at the Capitol. If it wasn't a Capitol protest, wouldn't have cared. The Senate was scared because it was a protest that inconvenienced them. If you take a protest to them, it's a big deal. But if not, no one cares. Like, I mean, because I think America was for Trumpism. You see that with Kamala being like, I'm not banning fracking, and people like Joe Biden literally being Trump light. Democrats are like in this fantasy land thinking Kamala is going to save them, but she's one of them. I mean, I talk a lot about how Americans really only care about performance. That's really all they care about. That they don't really have a genuine systemic critique or a genuine critique of power in a serious way, right? That like they don't have a structural critique. They don't really know anything about what's going on, and most Americans and most people, I think, when they do talk about politics in America, they slide into the Democrat versus Republican kind of fake narrative, right? Like the idea that this is actually a serious contest to actually decide something, as opposed to just a show. And but I do think you are onto something, that like Donald Trump kind of crossed a line, right? Which is that it's okay to have a contest and have a combat and pretend like there's actually something serious happening, but he made it real. Like there were people who were like afraid that they were going to get shot, right? And so that scared the shit out of them. And that, I think, made it very real for a lot of these politicians and a lot of the political class. That like, oh, like people can just storm in here, right? We shouldn't have that, right? Like we're supposed to be this big, powerful democracy. This is some third world non-white shit up in here. This is a banana republic, right? Like you don't expect this kind of behavior in a civilized society. But like what all it really was it was Donald Trump taking the vanity project that is electoral politics one step too far, right? Like, there's no reason for Donald Trump or his supporters to storm anything, right? Like, they're not going to achieve their objectives. They're not going to achieve anything. It's just like an act of belligerence from like a petty child man who is funneling the genuine rage of his supporters. And I will never back down from this point. The people who are supporting Trump have a genuine rage, and their rage is authentic and justified. It's just being funneled, right? It's just being funneled away from anywhere that would be considered remotely useful into the dead ends of electoral politics. And that even the storming of the Capitol by these people, like, what? Let's say they won, right? Let's say the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th were completely successful. That somehow they were prepared to confront the United States military. They were prepared to confront the CIA and the FBI and the Secret Service. They were ready for it. They came in numbers as big as the millions, and they had all of the weapons and a hard hierarchical military structure that could confront the force that America would exert against the overthrow of its system by a storming of the Capitol and a coup. All they would have done is put Trump into power. Who gives a fuck? It's just the most fart in the wind, just total bullshit. Hooray, we did it so Trump can cut his taxes again. Like, that's how goddamn pathetic American politics has become. That the goals of the people who are willing to storm the Capitol is literally, let's install this capitalist. Like, America's just lost in the dark, dude. It's just a culture and a country that's just lost in the dark. And it will not find its way out of it. Like, it just won't. Like, the country is just going to go smash as hard as it possibly can. And there's so many signs of it. Of just like I hate to use the phrase because I think it comes from the mouth of a Nazi, but it is this great reset, right? That there is going to be like a crash where a lot of the systems that we have been using and a lot of the ideas that we've been interacting with in our spaces are just going to hit like hard walls. And there's going to be a recalibration of what people consider valuable or not. And it'll be in like little things and it'll be in big things. It'll be completely undeniable that it's happened. Because all of the sudden, the people who actually have money, the people who actually can maneuver and manipulate resources, are going to do that. And they're going to do that with no regard to what we think. Outside of like, well, the plebs will keep doing this or keep doing that. Like, but they're not going to actually like ask us anything. And there's all kinds of systems that exist in the society right now that are useless. Like, every time I take a look at one of these websites, it's just covered with ads, right? All these banners, all this shit, right? All this shit. Nobody clicks on this shit. Nobody even barely like looks at this shit. YouTube ads have got to be the stupidest ads I've ever seen in my fucking life. Just like dumb. Right? Like not dumb because I'm like ads are bad and I think we should remove ads, although ads are bad and we should remove all ads. But like they fail at their primary objective, which is to get people to buy your fucking product. Right? And they're nonsensical. I, as a content creator, don't have control of them. So I could like literally be in the middle of a thought right at the crescendo apex and then just ad, fuck you. And then the ads themselves are so stupidly designed. Mainly because YouTube doesn't actually understand its format or what people are using it for. Right? Like, you guys are not sitting there watching me. Right? Like, most of you are probably playing a video game right now or making dinner or at work. Right? You're listening in. Right? That's all the feedback I've ever gotten from any of you. That the people who are commenting in the chat, like, you guys are probably listening to me, and then you pick up your phone and you make a little comment and you put me down. Right? You're not sitting there staring at the fucking screen. And if you are, hello. This is my beautiful face. Thank you for admiring it. Most of you aren't. So what does every ad sound like to you? Right? So I'll be talking and I'll be going, hey, how you guys doing? All that kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden it's I didn't ask for a paintbrush. And if you look at the screen, it's just to hit that fucking skip button. It's like, what was the ad for? You have no fucking idea. Why was it important? You don't know. Right? Because they're advertising as if people are staring at the screen. When 90% of you are not. So that's a very clear example of something that's going to recalibrate and rechange. Like all of these ads that you're seeing that are nothing, that are just dead. Yeah, YouTube is radio. It should be treated that way. And the stuff like AI, right? Stuff like bots. Social media itself as an idea. There's going to be so many just major shifts in how we interact with this stuff and how this stuff is presented to us. Because the only reason any of these guys are doing any of this shit is based on the promise that it's going to make money. Well, it's not. Like, it's not. None of it's going to make them any more money. Right? It's all them just jerking themselves off mentally, being like, and then the robots will take their jobs, and we'll have zero wages to pay. Oh, that's it. That's all it is. But none of it is making them any money. They're losing money. And they're losing money because the AI is stupid. And it's stupid because people like them are designing it. Right? And like, they're not actually being serious about it. They're not actually being honest about it. They're living in a fantasy world because they're just children with tons of money who are too stupid to understand that, like, yeah, like building like an AI model that has the intellectual capability of even a fucking burger flipper, right? Who's able to actually respond seriously to serious shit that's in front of you. Like, that's gonna... That took the universe like 100 million years to make. Well, you think you're gonna do it in 50? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Inverted Mystic says, well, ads might exist in a communist society, but it'll have nothing to do with money. It'll probably be like, hey, check out my music, and it will be skippable. Do you know what I consider to be the most perfectly acceptable ad? What I look at and I think to myself, this ad right here is exactly correct, and it is exactly what we should expect from ads. Is that if you have a character in a show or a musician or something, and that character in the show literally looks at the screen and goes, hey, I like this thing. This thing is good. I think you'd like it too, for these reasons. Thanks for watching. Back to your regular scheduled program. And they just carry on. And I'm dead ass serious about that. Like, I don't mean like he's wearing Converse. I don't mean like he's driving a GMC Jimmy or something. I mean, literally, half hour into your film, half hour into your 15 minutes into your show, the main character of whatever your show is pauses and says, hey, someone's got to pay for this shit. It's these guys. This show, we endorse this thing. We like it. You should like it too. Thanks for watching. Back to the show. I think that's just as honest and as legit as it gets. And every single time I've seen that format done, because that's how it used to be. You listen to any radio show pre-1960, and that's literally what they would do. Like, I remember I was on a road trip once, and my dad had gotten the Sherlock Holmes BBC radio tapes. And Sherlock Holmes would literally, like, he'd be like, okay, this is the plan. I'm heading off to the docks. I'll see you there, John. And he'd like go off, don't, slam. And Watson would go, what a pickle Sherlock Holmes has found himself in. Well, I have a few moments before I have to head off, and so I'm going to enjoy John McGillicuddy's fine whiskey. And they have like the whole popping of the cork. Made in 1805, John McGillicuddy's fine whiskey has the scent and aroma one would expect of a well-aged, well-defined, mature whiskey. Found in any local distributor, John McGillicuddy's fine whiskey is good enough for John Watson. It's good enough for you. Then he'd drink it and they'd move on with the show. And every time it happened, I was like, that's fucking awesome. Just literally like an ad done by the guy. Fucking rad. I'm in. Like, I just Gabriel writes Truman Show style ads. Yeah, except without the Truman Show. without dude, Truman Show? You guys have derailed me completely onto the Truman Show now. Congratulations. That show, that's the creepiest shit ever. Like, that's the creepiest shit ever. The thing that like haunts me about the Truman Show is not that like a creepy corporate power structure would try it, right? It's that the viewing public goes along with it. That to me, like, when you think about some of the celebrity stories that we've watched together, like Michael Jackson, that's the creepiest shit ever. We all just collectively watched this story of a black child growing up and becoming like a ghoulish monster in front of our eyes. And we all just like watched that shit happen. And the thing that makes the Truman Show so creepy to me is that I believe we would do it. I believe that we would essentially allow a baby to be sold into slavery to a corporation so that they could create this fake reality for us to watch in this like very voyeuristic, ghoulish game of, is he going to figure it out? What's going to happen when he does figure it out? Can he figure it out? Like, we're all in on this really horrific prank. And like, Truman doesn't figure it out until he's in his like late 20s, early 30s. Maybe even older than that. Right? He doesn't actually figure it out. So like, we all watched him do that for decades. We watched him grow up. We watched the system actively try to thwart him. And we saw it get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And we all just bought in to the idea that collectively we should watch this guy live in a fake reality that we all know is fake. Like, any society that even attempted to do this, I would consider just demonic and fascist. And I absolutely believe that we would. I absolutely believe that we would. Like, funnily enough, I think there are a lot of people who are actually living that existence, but they're doing it with consent. Right? That they basically film it like that's what the Kardashians is. Like, it's just wild. It's just wild. DM, good to see you, DM. Good evening, John. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre will have his first chance to try to bring down a liberal government next Wednesday. Yes, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. Where are we got it here? Yeah. If the NDP decide to vote along with the Conservatives, yeah, it's game over for Justin Trudeau. Yeah. I mean, it's eventually game over for Justin Trudeau. Like, that's how it goes. That's politics. Might as well be this time. I think his... I mean, the jig is up, right? Like, he's had lots of opportunities to build institutions, and he just hasn't. That's really what it is. Like, that's what people want to see their leaders actually do. Right? Like, we all want our leaders to build an institution of some kind. Right? What's the point of these elections? What's the point of this quote-unquote democracy? What's the point of any of it, if not to build some kind of institution to do something? Right? Like, that's what we actually want. And in like the most obvious ways, it's like we want our subway systems to improve, right? That's an institution worth building. We want our transit systems to improve, right? We think our rail systems should do better. We should have high-speed rail. Like the whole point of having this electoral government, or to have any government at all, is to manage the resources for the betterment of the society. It's just like the entire point. Okay, well, what's Trudeau managed? Like, what's he actually built outside of his own personal wealth? The guy is worth $55 million now, which I'm sure he made just from his earnings as prime minister, sure. Like, what's he actually done? Just from a straight up, like, I'm not a, like, fuck Trudeau guy at all. Like, but if all we're going to get from this guy is, like, smug smiles and, like, little lectures, we got to do better. Okay, cool. You're the prime minister. Like, you're the fucking prime minister, bro. Like, do shit. Like, do something real. But the truth is that Justin Trudeau, when he's out of office, he wants to go work for one of these corporations. He's going to have like a 6-figure salary, go there twice a year to put in some kind of lecture, right? So he'll do like 2 days of work a year, if you really want to consider what he's even doing work. And he'll sit on some board of directors and basically just spend his life faffing about. And maybe like take some of his money and invest it in something, the Justin Trudeau School of the Arts or something. But like, and the next guy, Pierre Poilievre, is going to be the same. It's going to be the same, just the same venal, empty garbage, right? Where it just like, oh, some world event will happen. What do the Americans think? We think what the Americans think. Okay, we're done. No, I think the most likely outcome of this toppling of the minority government is that it will topple. It's very rare. Like this situation that we are in Canadian politics is actually very rare. It's very rare to see a party last as long as it has lasted in this minority position, and it's completely lasting because the NDP. Like, I think there is something to the criticism that Jagmeet Singh is just looking for his pension, right? Like, I think it's a fair critique. It's kind of gauche to say it out loud the way the Conservatives always do, but it's not wrong, you know? As if the Conservatives would act any differently. So it's just. But like your statement is correct, right? The Bloc could do it, the NDP could do it. Like there's just so many, and it's kind of like a favorable time. I think Canada is actually ready for another election, and I think a September-October election is pretty in line with how things go. We have like a 6-week electoral system, right? And I think the most likely outcome of another election is that the Conservatives will win. Probably a minority government. Right? CH writes, PP is worse and Freeland will take over the Liberals if they fall now. I don't know about that. Freeland is a very conniving, opportunistic person. I don't think that she has much by way of scruples or loyalty to anything. I think that she's sort of carved a path into different pursuits. And that for her, like for Chrystia Freeland, her next big step isn't, now I get to be the leader of the Liberals. Right? Like, I actually think for her in many ways that's sort of a step down from what she has her eye on, right? I think that she wants to like join NATO. I think she wants to be part of larger community, like international communities and all that kind of stuff. I think that if Trudeau goes down, Freeland will probably not take a swing at it. You know, like maybe she will. I don't know. I'm not in her brain, but like she doesn't actually have any loyalty to Canada or any loyalty to the Liberals. Like I think her loyalty is to herself, and that's about it. And so she's gonna do what she thinks she should do in order to secure a more prominent position. And I mean, if Justin Trudeau is any indication, the Prime Minister's office is like, it's not really anything. Like you're not really doing anything. You're not really achieving anything, right? You actually could. Like the Prime Minister's office has an extraordinary amount of power, right? You actually could do some really, really crazy shit. Fast. Really fast. Like if you were the Prime Minister of Canada, you could nationalize any business you like. Literally the entire agricultural sector could be nationalized in a week. You trying to think of something that people would consider like absolutely. You could straight up say for every second, you have to give us every second house, and we'll just put a person in there. And there's literally nothing anybody can say to you about it. Straight up. You can just be like, yeah, that house is empty. It's ours now. Tough. Like tough shit. Like the fact that there's a housing crisis, the fact that there are people who can't live in houses that are empty right now is an indictment of Justin Trudeau for sure. He could straight up just bring people to houses and be like, you live here now. And the previous owner of that house would be like, murr, 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 and Justin Trudeau could just be like, shut up. I don't give a fuck what you think. There's a homeless person and now they're not homeless. Stop crying. He doesn't do that, of course, because, you know, he's just a venal, spineless nothing. Who in the grand scheme of Canadian politics will be forgotten. Like his tenure has been, I mean, it tepid. Tepid would be the best thing that I think that's being favorable to him. Like he really has achieved nothing. And he's not going to be on money. Like he's going to be forgotten because he has no lasting legacy. Like I've made this argument several times in the past, and I'll continue making this argument. Stephen Harper has a stronger legacy than Justin Trudeau. That Justin Trudeau isn't going to leave behind any little acolytes. There isn't going to be like a big Justin Trudeau upswing, like a second wave of Justin Trudeau. Right? None of that's happening. He doesn't know how to build institutions. He doesn't actually do any of that shit. Right? He's just glad-handing the whole time for his own personal wealth. Like, Stephen Harper had I would argue 3 major achievements. You know what? Actually, 4 major achievements, I think. Major achievement number 1, it's his government that passes the childcare benefit. Like, if you're a lefty, like, commie, right, you have to acknowledge that is an undeniable good, right? That is a policy that a socialist or a communist would put into power. There's a reason why the Conservatives never mention it, because they know that they would lose power amongst their fascist base. But they are the ones that put through the childcare benefit, which is essentially a basic income for children. It reduced child poverty in our country by half. It's just objectively good. That's Stephen Harper. Stephen Harper also said flatly, we got to detach our trade wagon off of America's star. We got to start making a bunch of other deals with a bunch of other people, and we got to decouple. We got to decouple from America because it's going down, and we got to get off of it, right? And so when he entered office, Canada had 1 trade deal, and that was with America. And when he exited office, we had 50 trade deals. So he did exactly what he said he was going to do. He made a whole fuck ton of trade deals. He was just like, yeah, we got to diversify our economy. We got to make sure. Like, Canada's trade relation with China was best under Stephen Harper, right? Because Stephen Harper was just like, I'm here for business. I'm not here to do some culture war shit or to shit on anybody. You want to do business? We're going to do business, right? The third thing that Harper managed to get done, the Truth and Reconciliation movement, it's his signature, right? There's a huge Truth and Reconciliation movement that happened while he was the prime minister. Now, I don't think that he was like gung-ho about it. I don't think that he was like happy about it. But he did his duty as the prime minister. He signed legislation for the Truth and Reconciliation Act. There was forward momentum on a very major issue that exists in Canada, which is the colonization and the genocide of the First Nations people. And when you compare Trudeau and Harper's legacy in that regard, it's Harper all the way. Not even close. And then the fourth thing that Stephen Harper has completely, and only time will tell on this one, but this is, I guess, a guess, a well-informed guess. Like, everybody who has been put forward by the Conservatives up until now, Pierre Poilievre included, has been an acolyte of Stephen Harper. That they worked under Stephen Harper, with Stephen Harper. That Andrew Scheer, Aaron O'Toole, and Pierre Poilievre were all basically Harper toadies, working under Harper. And Harper is still working with them in order to try to get power again in Canada. Trudeau's not going to have that. None of these liberals are going to be like, yeah, I worked with Trudeau and I listened to Trudeau and I take him seriously. That's not going to fucking happen. The liberals are going to get like, they're going to fracture. They're going to break apart. And they're going to do all kinds of dumb shit. Because Trudeau has done absolutely nothing to build any kind of long-term legacy of any sort. Like, once he's out of office, like, that's kind of it for the liberals. Like, who do they have? Freeland? People hate her. For good reason. She's creepy. Yeah, and you end up with, like, Mark Carney. Cool. Like, nobody gives a shit about Mark Carney, man. Like, the reason why Trudeau ascends to power is because of a wave of discontent amongst the Canadian people, a familiar name of a former popular prime minister, Trudeau, and the promise of marijuana legalization and electoral reform, which Trudeau betrayed us all about. We didn't get any fucking electoral reform. That didn't happen. So that's how Trudeau got into power. He didn't get into power because of, like, institution building, right? It was just Machiavellian politics. He has his father's name, right? And they dangled a piece of reformist liberal bullshit in front of us that they immediately betrayed us about. So when Trudeau leaves office, right, the Conservatives are going to come in, and I think the big difference in this next iteration, like, this is actually something that I think is possible and that I don't think people are actually taking too seriously, is that, historically speaking, like, the Liberals are called Canada's natural governing party. Because it is like Liberals for 12 years, 16 years, Conservatives for 4 years, Liberals for 12 years, 16 years, Conservatives for 4 years. And that goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth like that. But it's like Liberals for a long time, Conservative Liberal for a long time, right? I think that it could really change. Like, I think that dynamic can actually change. And I think it can actually change, because I think that this new group, this younger generation, this new iteration of liberals are just conservatives. Like, I don't think they have any ideas or thoughts. I think that they are vapid and empty. I don't think that they actually, and if they aren't, right, if they actually do have some kind of analysis or a prescient connection, they're too cowardly to do anything about it, right? They're too galled. They're all careerists. They only really give a shit about their own wealth and their own prestige at the end of the day. They're not actually going to do anything. And so the populace is going to see it. Because, like, the usual liberal ploy is to do what Trudeau did the first time he won, which is to offer something. Right? He did that once, lied to us all, never did it again. Right? And I think that's just literally the liberal. And, like, for God's sakes, these guys are honoring Nazis in Parliament. Like, who's further to the right, Justin Trudeau or Pierre Poilievre, do you think? Like, really? And so we could actually see, like, a pretty dramatic flip. Like, and it's possible. It has happened provincially. Like, in my home province of Manitoba, that dynamic was happening. It was liberal and then conservative and then liberal and then conservative and then liberal. But then everybody started to realize that these liberals were just conservatives. And it basically destroyed the Liberal Party in Manitoba. You can't run on a liberal platform anymore because nobody trusts them anymore. So what do you end up with? You end up with NDP, conservative, NDP, conservative. Because the Liberals basically just rebrand to NDP. And that's what matters. And that's what matters. Freeland was being pushed as head of NATO, but Europe won't go for that. Washington tried hard, failed. The Freelander and the Newlander could open a cookie shop. None of that will happen, though. TV watching boomers are still the voters. Yeah, they're going to go pretty soon, eh? Like, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens when the boomers are gone. Trudeau will be remembered only for legalizing weed, and he won't be remembered for that. Right? He did that, but he won't be remembered for it. And destroying Canada's independent foreign policy. Harper at least knew how to stay cozy with China. Trudeau just threw that away. Yeah, for nothing, near as I can tell. I don't really understand Trudeau's platform, because when Trudeau came into office, he was actually, like, praising China. He had some good things to say about China at the start, but I don't know what he gained. You know, what did he gain from his pivot? DM writes, here's hoping for a non-party status for Liberals and Bloc as the main opposition to the Conservatives in government. No. Liberals are going to end up with like 20 seats. The Bloc will end up with 20, 30 seats, the way it always has. Because the Bloc, like, it's a very kind of unique political situation, right? Like, the Bloc Québécois is what you end up with when you have a country that wants to be independent but isn't permitted to be independent. Right? Like, every single time Quebec has followed the independence line, it's been thwarted. And sometimes it's been thwarted through just straight up illegal bullshit. Like, like they'll hold votes, but the Bloc members just won't be there. You know? Like that kind of shit. CH writes, Harper did do some stealth social progress. Yes, he also did nothing to mess with abortion or gay marriage. Yeah, he said that explicitly. He was just like, nope, do not touch. That is a non-starter in Canada. And it is a non-starter in Canada, by the way. Not just because it would be deeply unpopular, but because you'd have to actually go up against the courts. And the courts in Canada are not the courts in America. Our courts are actually like filled with intellectual people who are like, this is their life's work. This isn't like, I don't know, just give Billy Bob $45 million to run a campaign in Seattle and he'll be a judge. No, that doesn't exist. And so if you want to run up against, like the abortion question here in Canada has been fucking settled. Like it's settled. If you wanna run up against the abortion issue here in Canada, good fucking luck. You're talking about literally charter reform at that point. And if you're doing charter reform, that's like the most difficult politics that exists in the country. You're talking about literally doing like referendums at the highest level, including all of the provinces together, that you will lose. Like, you will not win on that platform. Because here in Canada, we understand that abortion is a health issue, that it's not a religious issue. Sure, there's some kooks, fine, who want to make the conversation all about their religion, but it isn't. It's a health issue. And we all fundamentally understand that when people are in this difficult situation where they have to make these difficult decisions, the people responsible for those difficult situations should be the people who are experiencing them. And everybody else can fuck off. Like, what we're seeing in America on that particular issue is ungodly. Like, it's horrible. It's horrific. The people who are assaulting women and attempting to discredit their own medical institutions are disgraceful, right? That they don't believe in their own religion, first of all, and they certainly don't believe in their country's constitution. Like, DM writes, Trudeau is not a communist by any means. If he truly was, we'd have a basic income by now and homelessness would not be an issue. Like, Justin Trudeau, when COVID happened, he put in the CERB, right? Which lots of people were like, oh, this is it. Like, this could be it, right? This could be the way Canada gets a basic income through, right? And it was completely successful. It did exactly what basic income advocates said it would do. And it could have very easily been just, okay, we put it in. Now there it is. And that's it. They could have just said that. And then the capitalists could have gone, but it means we have to treat workers with dignity and all these shitty jobs nobody wants to do. We have to actually pay people. And they could have gone, yeah, that's right. But Trudeau has no spine. So he capitulated and basically spent the better part of the COVID years dismantling the CERB, right? Broke it up into like 5 different programs. And then not only that, went after a bunch of people for CERB as well. I know people who had to pay back a bunch of CERB as well. It's just like scummy, dingy bullshit, right? Yeah, CH writes, sadly, Polyev was the sole and vile dissenting voice on reconciliation. Yeah, classic. And Polyev will follow U.S. orders, alienate China, Russia, Iran, Muslim world farther. I'll be interested to see more on that, because politicians in Canada especially, politicians tend to just govern. They tend to run a campaign and then just govern however. You know, like the classic line is liberals run on the left and rule on the right. That's kind of the classic line. And it's kind of the same for conservatives as well, right? That like they run on the right, but then they rule kind of in the center, right? Because they're not psychos. Well, they're not, how to say this accurately, right? Like they're not like manic, you know? They're not actually trying to shoot themselves in the face, you know? Like they're venal and they're vapid, right? And they're not that, like, they're not intelligent, really. But, like, when conservatives take power, they really are, like, how do we face the problems that we're facing in the most effective way that we can, while simultaneously making as much money for ourselves personally as we possibly can? And sometimes the answer to the question is to just solve it. Like, I think that's where the child care benefit really came from, right? Is that the conservatives looked at the problem that they had, which is child poverty in their country, right? Which is a serious issue. And they just went, how do we solve this, man? Like, can we just give these people money? And a bunch of them went, yeah, we can just give them money. And like, probably somebody stood up in their caucus and was like, oh, that'll be expensive and all that kind of stuff. And then they looked at each other and said, it'll be more expensive to do anything else. It's more expensive to do nothing. The cheapest, most effective, most efficient way of dealing with this problem is to take money and give it to children. And that's it. And they did it. Not because they're nice, but because it worked and it was effective and it solved a problem. Right? Like I don't know what governor thinks that poverty is a good thing to have in the country. Forget out from a moral position. Like, you're playing a video game. You're looking at a video game screen, and you're the governor of Canada, the video game. Or the governor of whatever, the video game, right? And you look at your charts, and you look at your demographics, and you look at your data, and you look at all this stuff, and you see, oh shit, there's a huge block of people in my country that I am the governor of that are in poverty. Oh shit, that means we're going to have worse education outcomes. That means we're going to have less wealth generation. We're going to have lower productivity. We're going to have all of these negative outcomes for our country in the game of Canada, because these people are growing up in poverty. How do we solve it? Fucking give them money. There you go. Done. Moving on. Like, I think that's pretty much how they looked at it. Right? That if you actually want to have, like, a functioning country, you probably need people to have full bellies and a roof under their head. Right? It's what makes this housing crisis so crazy. Like, play any video game you've ever played in your life. If you have a housing crisis, that's the crisis. That you need to solve it. Like, that, you need to solve it. That's the whole crisis right there. Not in Canada. Housing crisis? Whatever. And in fact, we're going to get in the way of anybody trying to solve that problem. JB writes, first time comment, justice for Justin. Inverted writes, and all the shills are like, you're exactly the place where you want to be because you deserve it. Yeah. Not the horrible education system. Gamer Jam writes, does anyone else ever think the corporate media has been influencing every presidential election since 2000 to be as close as possible so they get the best possible ratings and maximize their profits? Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, they do need you to keep watching, and so every election needs to be the most important election of your lifetime. Right? That's the phrase. Like, this is the most important election of your lifetime. There's actually somebody who, like, did a compilation of that phrase through time, and it's literally since the founding of the country. This election is the most important election of your lifetime. This election is the most important election of your lifetime. This election is the most important election of your lifetime. This election is the most important election of your lifetime. I tell you, and I mean in America, this election is the most important election of your lifetime. You know what I tell you what, to all you Americans out there, I tell you, this election, the most important election of your lifetime. I tell you, America, this election, the most important election of your lifetime. America, this election is the most important election of your lifetime. This is the most important election. No election is more important than this. This election is the greatest. We're gonna do the biggest election of your lifetime, right here. Fuck Hillary Clinton. She doesn't even deserve the list. Fuck her. What a witch. Like, this is what kills me about these Democrats walking around being like, Trump was worse than Hillary. Fuck you. Hillary was the Secretary of State when they destroyed Libya. Obama was the president when they destroyed Libya. Fuck you. Like, fuck you to the ground. Like, eat my cock completely. Like, if you're genuinely trying to pitch to me that the Democrats are better than the Republicans, go fuck yourself. Like, for real. Nilo, good to see you. There are some parts of the American system we might prefer, like free speech. I gotta tell you, I don't think that what America has is actually free speech, right? I don't think they actually have the thing they claim to have. They've sold off huge, like, if YouTube decided to just ban me, they could. And what am I supposed to do about it? Like, fucking nothing. Like, TikTok has done it to me twice. Like, it's a miracle anybody can say anything on TikTok at all. I'm kind of surprised that there are people operating on that app at all. So it's and like, Americans have a very confused idea as to what quote unquote free speech means. Like, they have a very confused, sort of naive idea as to what it is they're even talking about. Because, like, all free speech in America means is that the government can't arrest you. That's it. That the government can't cause you problems for the things that you say. But that somehow has now extended into the public sector where comedians are like, well, I have the freedom to say these things. And people are like, fucking, no, you fucking don't, you asshole. You can say what you like and the government won't come and get you, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to chirp at you, you fucking loser. Like, it's just so... And, like, there are obviously limits to speech, right? Like, this is the thing that kills me about these free speech absolutists, is that they clearly have not thought through their position even a little. Like, even a little. There are obviously things that we as a people say, nope, you are not talking about that. That's not happening. You're certainly not going to be talking about that in the public space. And if we find out that you're talking about that, like, in a room with people, we're going to have problems with that too. And there's very obvious things that we as a people have decided that's not acceptable. And so this concept of, like, free speech absolutism is just garbage. It's just something that babies say because they haven't actually thought through their position at all. Like, what they really want is they just want to be able to say the N-word and have people respect them for it. And the answer to that question is no. Like, no. Like, grow up. Yeah, Britain has no theory at all. Yeah. I mean, if I'm the government of Canada, especially the government of Canada, like, I'm not really going to be moving forward on too much free speech territory, right? Like, we have pretty loose interpretation. Like, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the right of expression. So it's very difficult for the government to actually move forward on anything. There has to be very clear cases. Oof. Okay, hold on one second. I just need to go use the washroom. I'll be right back. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the dogs. Eat the cats. Bound. If he's a communist, is he taking a piss for everyone now? The people's piss. That's right, Bound. You got me. Drunken Slav. Comrade, have you read Combat Liberalism? I have not. Is this a book? Combat Liberalism? I mean, Combat Liberalism, because liberalism is the... liberalism's just the left wing of fascism, right? Oh, it's a... oh, yes. I don't think I've actually read this, but I've encountered it for sure. Yeah. No, I mean, everybody should read Mao. Like, Mao understood what he was up to. Mao understood his position. And he... I actually think, like... the more I learn about China and the trajectory it was on I think the most beautiful thing that happened from Mao, and I think you can critique Mao. I think Mao did a couple of things that I'm like, really, Mao? That's how it's going to be? Good to see you, Leon. And but when Mao finally died, and you got to remember, he dies after like the Cultural Revolution, which is like a period of big upheaval, right? I think the most beautiful thing that happens after Mao's death is that the next generation of communist leaders and up to the modern day uphold Mao. And when they get into conversations where criticism of Mao kind of takes hold, they are the first. Deng is the first to remind people of how important Mao Zedong was and how important he was to their country. And I think that that's really, really beautiful. You compare that to what happened in the Soviet Union, where it was all bitter rivalries the entire time. It still is. Just bitter rivalries. Like, you read about the Communist Party growing in the Soviet Union, and you read about them taking power and holding power. And it's just bitter rivalry after bitter rivalry. Like, we're used to seeing, like, the Trotsky-Stalin rivalry is like the one, but they were all like that, dude. They were all like that. They were constantly backbiting at each other and constantly undercutting one another and constantly just overwhelming, like constantly it's like they were debate bros of that era, that they were just always dunking on each other constantly. You can read Lenin. He was doing it. He was constantly dunking on these guys, and constantly they were just always fighting with one another, and just bitter rivalries that end with them having nothing good to say about one another. Right? Like, literally, Stalin dies and Khrushchev is just like, this guy was a piece of shit. We need to get away from this piece of shit. That just doesn't happen in China. It just doesn't happen in China. That the transition from Mao to Deng is obviously tumultuous. There's obviously, like, social struggle. Mao ejects huge sections of the Communist Party, including Deng Xiaoping, from the Communist Party. Right? There's obviously a rivalry there, very clearly, a political tension. But after Mao Zedong dies, that rivalry died with him. And that the tension that exists in the people between Maoism and Dengism and that whole conversation, it doesn't seem to have followed through within the party itself. That the party itself came to terms with itself and found a way to deal with it, and then moved forward from that. And it's the people who are left dealing with it. And the party is more than happy to let us deal with it while they get on with the business of governance. And I think that's incredible. I think there's something incredible in that. that rather than holding on to those grudges and holding on to it, somehow Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping and the rest of them find a way to come to terms with it and move forward. And I think that's just absolutely beautiful. I think that's absolutely beautiful. Black cat, white cat, as long as it catches the mouse. Deng Xiaoping was more capitalist minded, for sure, which I think is why he became the second leader, because I think that the communists knew that they had to. Like they just couldn't not. I already talked pretty in depth about this earlier, Drunk, so I won't go too deep into it, but like my position is very much that like China did what it had to do. Like it's not the narrative that Maoists like to talk about Deng and the Dengists moving forward, I don't think is accurate. I don't think it's accurate to say that Deng Xiaoping was this had an underhanded view, that he wanted to derail the communist movement, that he wanted to do it for personal glory or gain or any of that. I just don't think any of that is accurate at all. I think he did what he did because he had to, and that the choice that they were looking at was literally factory work or army work. Send your children off to war or send them into factories. And that's the choice. And Deng said, if we send them into factories, then in a few generations, China will be rich. And that's at least something. And he was right. He was right about that. So I think that Deng did what he had to do. And I think the Chinese communists understood that. And what's so interesting about Mao Zedong, and especially the Cultural Revolution, is an extremely interesting period of time that I love to think about and I love to learn more about, because everybody makes sense. There isn't a single person operating during the Cultural Revolution that I'm like, that's a bad faith actor who's trying to take China down a road to its own failure and take them back to the 100 years of humiliation. I don't think anybody was operating that way in China. I think there were a lot of external people that were thinking that way. But I don't think any of the communists operating in China were of the opinion that we should betray the revolution and betray China. And that everybody's perspective and everybody's position was legitimate. Like, the Maoists make sense. Like, they're not bullshitting. They're not assholes. The Maoists make sense. The Dengists also make sense. And they're not bullshitting. They're not trying to blow smoke up anybody's ass. It's quite literally one of these situations where you have two competing perspectives. And the Dengists won because their argument was more convincing. And their argument was, a big part of Marxism is to increase prosperity, is to increase wealth, and we believe increasing the productive capacity increases our security as well. So this is the road we have to go down. And it's kind of difficult. It's kind of difficult to Drunk writes, I mean, I stand with Mao Hoxha personally. China does imperialism. Does it, though? Like, not by any definition I've heard any theorist talk about. Like, where's the Chinese imperialism? Like, when? When did that happen? Like, going into a nation and making a trade deal is not imperialism. Labor exploitation, like, yeah, they know. Like, they're well aware of the exploitation that they've experienced. That was part of the deal, right? Like, let's not fall into war blindness here, right? Like, the Vietnam War was a legitimate thing that happened. The Korean War was a legitimate thing that happened. The nuclear bombardment of Japan happened off China's border. Dwight D. Eisenhower and Nixon was threatening to drop nukes on China. Like, let's not fall into war blindness. Like I get very concerned about people who tend to ignore the genuine position that China finds itself in. And like, I don't think we should pretend like Mao didn't know it was going to happen, right? Mao was unwilling to do it. Mao was unwilling to capitulate to imperial capital, that's what this is, right? That the Chinese looked at America, looked at what was going on in the Soviet Union with the Sino-Soviet split, looked at its own position in the world stage and said, oh, we straight up can't win this war. That if we continue this path of militarism in the long term, we will return to the 100 years of humiliation. That eventually we will be beat down. The Americans will do something. Like right now, all they're doing is dropping bombs on us. They haven't even put a single boot on the ground in our country. It's all in Vietnam. It's all in North Korea. Or Korea, rather. Drunken Slav writes, I don't think the only path was that of militarism and capitalism. I think there are more paths. I don't think that's serious at all. Like, really, I think when you look at it. Like, because it's not the Chinese that are deciding whether it's militarism or what. Like, China exits the period of war, right? The Vietnam War and the Korean War, and one of their big arguments is we get to stay the leaders of China. The Americans are going to let us be the leaders of China. Like, it's America actually saying out loud, okay, the People's Republic of China exists. Okay. The People's Republic of China is a institution that we acknowledge. We acknowledge its existence. We acknowledge its credibility. We're going to stop fighting a war against it. Right? So it's not China that's dictating the terms. Right? It's not China that gets to say, we want this, we want that. Like, it's America that's saying, okay, cool. You want us to stop bombing you? Which, incidentally, we're happy to do. Like, I don't need, like, this is the part about this conversation that is just so odd. I find this conversation so odd and strange, and I have it I have it repeatedly, which I find to just be mind-blowing. We've literally watched America for the last 50 years absolutely decimate and carpet bomb dozens of countries. Straight up coups and just overthrows and just sending in death squads, like doing all kinds of hellish, crazy stuff. Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Tunisia, right? We're watching them enact a genocide, like literally straight live streaming it in front of our faces, right? Like, America's looking at China being like, we can just keep doing that, you know? We'll happily just go along with Khrushchev. We'll just go along with Khrushchev, have your little Sino-Soviet split. Khrushchev will pivot our way, right? And we'll just keep fucking carpet bombing your border until we're finally carpet bombing your cities. We're happy with that. We're America. We don't give a fuck. Like, we don't care at all. We'll kill billions of you. You're not people. Die. Suffer in pain. God bless America. Or we'll go bomb somebody else. We'll go bomb some Middle Eastern countries or whatever, some African countries or whatever. And we'll put some factories in your cities and you'll work for us. Choose. Like, that's what happened. I don't understand, like, what do you think China was going to do? Like, what do you think China was going to do? Like, what wiggle room do you have? See, and then Drunken Slav writes, right? Okay, hold on. Let's start with the top. Drunken Slav writes, I read Lenin many times, my friend, and financial and industrial capital has merged already. There are capitalists within the state structure. So hold on. Let's start from the top. Financial and industrial capital has merged already. No, it hasn't. The National People's Congress and the Communist Party of China own the state banks. The banks are state-run. Are there some like little private banks that exist, like moneylenders and all that kind of shit? Sure. Right? But the real financial work that's happening in China is happening at the state-run level, which is controlled by the National People's Congress, which is controlled by the Communist Party of China. So the idea that the financial industrial capital has merged already is factually false in a 1 + 1 = 2 kind of way. I don't know where you're getting that information. I'd like to see the source for that information, because what I have seen and what I have read is that China's state apparatus owns its banks. So you can't have the Leninist definition of imperialism. You just can't. Right? Because the Leninist definition of imperialism is private finance, creating a monopoly, and then funding military action overseas in order to expand capital. Right? That's what imperialism is. Well, the state owns the banks. So much for that idea. There are capitalists within the state structure. Who? Jack Ma? He's not actually an official. Like, just because an official has a conversation with a capitalist doesn't suddenly mean they're part of the state structure. There is export of capital. So they're trading. Okay. There is labor exploitation too. I've already gone over that. Which the Chinese themselves also hold protests and also do stuff about it, right? Because it's that tension, right? It's the tension between how do we appease capitalism? How do we appease industrial capitalists and imperialist capitalists while simultaneously working to improve the situation for our citizens? That's the tension, right? And if you are actually going to tell me that China's not interested in improving the quality of life for its own citizens, I just don't think I can take that seriously. I just don't think that's a serious thing to say. I am critical because I have to be, sure. But when we are critical, we should have a historical analysis that lines up with what's actually going on. Right? We shouldn't just take a snapshot of a place. Like, I'll give you a clear example of why this is important. You walk into a room and two people are fighting. Well, if your position is it's bad to fight, and you just say, okay, they're fighting, so they both get equal punishment. Right? But if you actually stop and go, okay, hold on, what were the circumstances by which they came to fight? Who started the fight? What are they fighting over? Right? And if you follow that line, the historical analysis, you'll be like, oh, this guy attacked this guy and has been trying to steal his stuff the entire time, and this guy's defending himself. Oh, okay, that changes the story then. Right? And I find that a lot of criticism that comes towards China is just, oh, these two people are fighting, therefore they're both bad because fighting is bad. And it's not really a serious analysis. And I feel like once you actually do the actual analysis of China and the Communist Party of China, what you see a culture that is rising up against the system of imperial capital and hits barriers. Right? It hits barriers. And it hits barriers that are a cap on how far they can go. And the capitalists make it very clear. Oh, no. If you go past that cap, we'll just fucking carpet bomb you again. Fuck you. Right? And the thing that's got the modern day capitalists so in a tizzy about China is that they've actually, for the first time in their relationship with China, they've hit a point where, wait a minute, I don't think if we go in there and try to bomb them, they might actually be able to stop us. Like, that's the concern. That's what's got America all fucked up. That's what's got these imperialists all fucked up about China. Because, if we send planes in there to bomb China, they'll shoot them down and they'll be able to do so. They'll actually be able to stop us. That's a major concern for the system of imperial capital. It's why the narrative turns so sharply against China. because China's able to defend itself all of a sudden. And out of seemingly nowhere, because these guys are illiterate. They don't know anything about the subject. After trying to read Governance of China, it's really hard to call Xi a Marxist in the traditional sense. Okay, but what's that mean? Right? What's it mean to be a Marxist in the traditional sense? Is it that Xi Jinping doesn't align with your idea of what Marxism should be? Or is it that Xi Jinping has advanced beyond your understanding of what Marxism actually is? Like, Xi Jinping has lived his entire life within the Communist Party of China. Like, the idea that these guys are not legitimately trying to understand Marx or communism, I just don't know if that's a very serious position to take. Like, these guys have spent their entire life doing it. And they have had to make decisions based on the reality that they're looking at. Like, it would be super great, super wonderful, absolutely lovely if we could all just sweep the banks away and just distribute food, just have food distribution systems that people can come and interact with, and everything's just fine. Everybody's got, oh, you need housing? Sure, we'll just build some housing and all this kind of stuff. There are just like psychopaths in the system, right? Like legit, straightforward, like Hitler Nazi level psychopaths who will happily sweep through your country and annihilate your institutions and annihilate your citizens. And I just don't see why this doesn't play. I just don't understand why there's like this kind of like, yes. And then let's keep criticizing China as if that doesn't exist. And every single time I'm just like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's literally like, not literally, but it's like I'm living in a town where in the town center is fucking Jason Voorhees. And he's standing there with his machete, drenched in blood, surrounded by bodies of people that he himself has slaughtered. And everybody ignores it. Just doesn't exist. Hey, John, how you doing today? Oh, man, have you seen Bruce? I haven't seen Bruce around recently. I don't know what's going on with Bruce. He's usually here about now. What do you think happened to him? Oh, well, bye! And Jason Voorhees is in the background holding Bruce's head, machete drenched in blood. And if I say, I don't know, maybe got killed by the fucking guy standing right over there, everybody goes, oh, you, with your jokes, and leaves. Like, that's what this conversation feels like to me. Because, like, yeah, Xi Jinping needs to respond to the crazed, manic, lunatic psychopaths in the conversation. I don't know why anybody thinks he doesn't have to. Like, I don't get, like, I don't know what world you're looking at. Like, I'm sorry I'm getting a little hardball on this, but like, it's every single time it's just floors me to the ground. That like, you guys literally think that Xi Jinping could just be like, oh, we'll just nationalize all of these capitalist enterprises. No, you won't. Like, fuck no, you won't. But you absolutely fucking will not. But Xi Jinping isn't really responding to the crazed lunatic. And then you go on to describe how he responds to the crazed lunatic. Right? Like, you're doing exactly the thing that I'm talking about. Right? Which is, well, he's not really responding to the crazed lunatic. He's just, and then you explain how he's responding to the crazed lunatic. So, case in point, right? He recently, roughly 16 years ago, helped USA from its crisis by having Chinese banks buy up American debt. Right. because it's in China's interests to have their economy integrated in America's economy. Why? So that if America starts a war with China, the first thing that'll happen is that America's economy will collapse. Like, China is well aware of what America is. Like, it knows. Like, you keep talking about China as if it's like, we're buddies with America. We love America. And like, yeah, maybe maybe their ambassadors will say that. Right? Because China's not fucking stupid. I just, like, what do you want China to do? Like, maybe that's the question that I really should be asking. And I should get to that question maybe faster for people who want to follow this line. What is it that you actually expect China to do? Like, what would you like to see? What path would you like to see China actually enact? What policy would you like them to follow through on? Like, how would you like them to structure their society? What would you like them to do? And I'm really like I'm gonna get ahead of you, because I almost guarantee that if you actually sat down and wrote out what you would hope to see China do and what you would hope to see them try to achieve, that there are two truths you'll be confronted with instantly. Truth number one, China is trying to do the thing that you would like them to do. That they do move in that direction. Thing number two, that a big reason why they don't is because of this fucking psycho. And I just don't think an analysis that is empty of the existence of actual imperial capital is a very serious analysis at all. Like, talking about China as if it exists in a vacuum is not a serious analysis. It exists in the system. And the system is dominated by finance capital and by imperial capital. Yeah, I think Marcus is right. I find that a lot of people would admit they want China to capitulate to the United States and NATO with not a single thought as to how scary that is. Yeah, and how, like China is interested, and China has every reason to be interested in its own self-interest and in its own success. And it's going to pursue objectives that it thinks are going to help it. I think that the way it's operating is very wise. Right? I think it understands what it's up against. And I think it understands the delicacy of its position, the fragility of its position, that it's doing everything it can to peacefully develop, to peacefully rise out of a system that is dominated by genocide and slavery. And so Drunken Slav says, I want China to stop exploiting foreign laborers and resources. Where are they doing that? Commit more to industrial aid instead of investment. I mean, I would argue pretty heavily that that is what they're doing. And increase the process of commodification and ban party members from owning capital. So, pretty straightforwardly, on basically every file, that's basically what they're doing. Like, Afghanistan, and I think it was Congo, also they might exploit. Like, are they exploiting people's labor by going in and offering a trade deal? Like, I don't... Like, the Congo is especially a good one, right? Because, like, the Congo is, like, this insanely war-torn area where they don't have, like, basic infrastructure. right? Like roads and lights and stuff, you know? Like the kind of stuff, like when you're playing a video game, it's like literally the first thing you do is you set up a road. They don't have it, right? So, like, exploiting workers in that kind of situation is literally like workers are working. Because there's no nothing. Like, there's nothing. There's no labor rights. Like, you're literally talking about countries that are in like post colonial like warlordism, more or less, and that China's basically going in there being like, we want your cobalt. Like, you've got cobalt, you've got huge amounts of cobalt. It's like the one thing that the Congo's got on everybody else, is that they've got enormous deposits of cobalt. So when China went in there and set up those mines, did they go in there and overthrow the government? Did they go in there and murder a bunch of people? Did they do a coup? Did they colonize the place? Have they put a military force in the Congo? No. How did they get the mines in the Congo? They walked in and said, hey, we'd like to make a deal. And the leadership of the Congo said no. And then China went, okay, well, what about this deal? And the leadership of the Congo said no. And they said, okay, well, what about this deal? And they kept doing that until eventually the leadership of the Congo said, you know what, we'll take the deal. And you might look at the situation in the Congo and think to yourself, boy, I wouldn't want to work in those conditions or in that situation, right? I think many people in the Congo probably think the same way, right? But it's a similar kind of situation where if you want out of a situation, you got to get out of it. And the only people who can get themselves out of the situation are the people experiencing it. Right? And it's not going to look pretty, and it's not going to be nice. It wouldn't be nice no matter what. And you could always frame it as exploitation if you wanted it to, But what is it actually going to do for the people of the Congo? It's going to give them a lot of prosperity. Because instead of going in there, grabbing people and throwing them into mines at gunpoint, the Chinese have made a deal with them. And they've said, we want your cobalt, and we'll pay you for it. We'll exchange goods. That'll increase your prosperity. And that has been so effective, that policy has been so effective, that the United States is doing everything it can to stop it. Recently, the Congolese military prevented a coup attempt. They captured a couple of CIA agents. You don't hear a lot about that because it's incredibly embarrassing for the Americans. I'm just worried that, like, you can describe anything you like as exploitation, right? But, like, going over to a country and saying, hey, we'd like that resource, we'll help build the infrastructure to get that resource, we'll float you a loan that we'll then forgive to get at that resource, we'll leave the hiring process and the organization to you, right? And then you get to keep a good amount of the wealth, we get the cobalt. Like, this is not imperialism. It's just basic trade. And are there going to be people who get exploited throughout that process? Sure, that's life. That's fucking people. Right? The whole thing is shitty. Right? The whole fucking thing is shitty. Welcome aboard. You grow old, you die. Congratulations. Right? But we're framing this within an understanding of imperial capital and what countries are having to do to confront that imperial capital. And how do we know that this is actually working and how the Congolese are actually in favor of this? Because they keep joining up with the Chinese. And are the Congolese concerned that this is going to turn into just another neo-colonial project? Yeah, they talk about it. Right? They're concerned. I saw one fella that said straight out, we're just going to replace the white man with the yellow man. Right? So they're concerned. Right? And I think it's legitimate to be concerned. But I also think it's legitimate to be like, okay, but like, certainly this arrangement is a vast step up than the previous arrangement that the Congolese were experiencing, which is literally just white people kicking in their doors, grabbing their children, throwing them down mine shafts, which still exists. Like Elon Musk's, all of his shit, like all of his lithium is coming out that way. So it's hard to increase your prosperity when you no longer own the resources in your country, but that's like they don't own the resource because they traded for it. Right? Like if you trade for the resource and you get something for it, then you are increasing your prosperity. And I think the big thing that has surprised a lot of people, and does surprise a lot of people in how China goes about this, is they will help build infrastructure in the country that we're discussing. Right? They do it all the time. And then any finances that come up, so they'll float a loan to a country. And the country will be like, cool, we'll use that loan to help build a port, for example. Right? Port's very important. And they'll build the port. And the Chinese will say, okay, cool, we're going to float you the loan, but like we get access to that port. You get a port, we get access to the port, right? And they'll be like, yeah, great. So they'll build the port. And then that country will be like, you know, China, like, I don't know that we're going to be able to pay this loan back. And you know what China has done more than any other country? And they keep doing it. Even today, they keep doing it. They just say, don't worry about that. We want your port. That's what we're interested in. Because this is something that I don't think Westerners really get about China. Right? China actually does understand economics. And China actually understands where the centers of power live. Right? That the Western theory of economics is the profit motive. Money. Right? Do it for money and then it'll all work itself out. And that's how you end up with this bloated finance capital situation. The Chinese are like, money is a tool. Yeah, it's nice. It gets you things. But especially once you get at like the governance level, once you get at this level of government and of rule, where you are literally controlling the apparati that print the currency. Like once you're at that level, you understand, or I mean, you should understand, that the money is just kind of a motivator, right? It's just a way to funnel intention and prioritize, right? But the money isn't actually a thing. It's not actually something. It's the promise of something, right? And so once you understand that, and you begin to operate in the world by like floating loans and saying, hey, all this kind of stuff, so on and so forth, and people say, I can't pay back the loan, instead of doing what the Americans do, which is bomb you, coup you, plunge you into debt peonage, right? Try to grind that money back out of you, right? The Chinese just go, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Why? Because the goal was never the money. The goal was the port. The goal was the mine. The goal was the resource. It was to get access to the resources. Because China understands that resources and the means of production, that's what matters. This finance, this currency, right? This little game of money, right? Useful to a degree. It helps prioritize things, right? Like if you pay a guy $1 million to do a job, then that job is going to take priority in your society. If you pay a guy $1,000 to do the same job, then that job is going to decline in priority in your society. Right? Pretty basic principles. But that doesn't but if you start to believe that the money is an end in and of itself, if you start to believe that money is the goal, the way that Westerners do, you can't build a society on that because money isn't anything. It never was. It never has been. Money is nothing. Right? If you're alone by yourself on a desert island and you have $1 billion, you're poor as shit. You've got nothing. And if you're alone by yourself on a desert island with a machine that makes food and an air conditioning unit and shelter, and you're rich, you're doing great. So I think the Chinese just have a better perspective. They just understand economics in a clearer way than Westerners do. And also, I think China also has a big leg up on the Western world because China believes in something called diplomacy. We here in the West do not have the first handle on diplomacy. We think diplomacy is walking into the room, dictating terms, and leaving. And if you don't do what we say, then we send in the Marines, the jackals. To us, that's diplomacy. And that's always been the way it's been. That's literally our policy. Right? The only time we talk to anybody is to tell them what to do. Well, China doesn't operate that way. It just doesn't. Right? It walks into the room and says, how can we make a deal so that everybody walks away from this happy? Like, sure, sections of your workforce are going to be in bad conditions. We understand that. You understand that. Right? But there's a trade-off to this. So how do we make an arrangement? How do we get a deal? And nobody actually believed that the Chinese could do it. Like, I think this is the part about it that I think people don't get or understand at all. Is that when it was happening, when the Chinese were talking to the Congolese, when the Chinese were discussing this with the people in the Congo, nobody in the West thought that it would be successful. Nobody thought that the Chinese would be able to talk their way into it. What are you talking about? Talk their way into it? Well, that's exactly what they fucking did. And every single time Western China watchers have criticized China and the Congo for this arrangement, China has completely thwarted them because the perspective is all fucked up. Like, The Economist will be like, well, China's giving a loan to the Congolese at this rate, and the Congolese will never be able to pay any money back. China will they'll lose money on this deal. What a foolish decision from the Chinese, losing all that money. Meanwhile, the Chinese are like, we get the cobalt. Congolese are like, we get access to China's markets. We get resources and assets from China's markets. We'll do an exchange. Oh man, we've got a trade imbalance. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Like, China is clowning on the West, dude. Because the West is tied up in this idea that money is real. And it's just not. Look, man, I understand China does better deals, diplomacy, and such. I mean, do you? But okay. But at the core, it is still owning foreign mines and profiting from them. So? Gamer writes, it'll be interesting to see who, quote-unquote, hates the cops when they get robbed and need someone to show up 7 hours later and shrug their shoulders. That's right, Gamer Jam. Who's gonna show up 7 hours after the crime, shoot your dog, and arrest you? Right? Nilo writes, no, I'm getting in the middle of a conversation there. I don't understand. Okay. No, my chat has started to discuss Zionism. I think that I have a Zionism pivot. Hold on. I mean, the IDF is ordered to prepare for military campaign in Lebanon. Situation in the north cannot continue. We must return residents home. More than 11 months into the war, Netanyahu chairs a discussion about the situation in the north and decides it can no longer continue. Israeli officials believe the American diplomatic effort is futile and war is a matter of time. I mean, certainly Netanyahu and his group, his pack of Nazis would definitely think that. Right? Yeah, it's just absolutely shitty. Don't worry about it, Drunken, dude. I've definitely been there, my man. It's way worse, Drunken, when you say this kind of stuff and then you go off on a rant about it and then people are like clarifying it in the chat and then you see and then you realize that you're the idiot and you're like, oh, fuck. I've got like hours of footage of me doing that. That's why I don't like to wade into conversations midway. Like, I'm seeing these guys talking. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't really understand. I'm going to leave it. I don't need another half hour of people being like, no, John, no, God. Inverted writes, if they keep going, Turkey said they're going to hop in and clap cheeks. Dude, did Turkey actually say that? Because, like, dude, I've got to pull up the map when I talk about Turkey. Just because I think, like, there's an abstraction with Turkey. Well, there's an abstraction with a lot of this. And just looking at the map is so helpful. Look at Turkey's position, dude. Look at this shit. Just, I know that you guys are all playing video games and watching and all that kind of stuff, but just do take a minute, Alt tab out, and just look at this fucking catastrophe. If you're Turkey, dude, you're just fucked. There's just there's no out. There's just no out for these guys. And, oh yeah, I absolutely will, Drunk, thank you. And I've been doing a historical dive on Mao a lot recently, but I haven't actually done. I've been reading a lot of Lenin, and actually I'm doing a little bit of Trotsky right now, and I'm going through a critique of what's the name of that book? Damn it! It's Critique of a Dark Legend. It's by an Italian Marxist. It's an okay read. It's good. I wish it was more narrative in its structure. It's very academic. But he's an academic, so it makes sense. And I've been meaning to dive deeper into Mao's writings. I just haven't. I'm doing all this other stuff. So I think Mao, I'm gonna put Mao on the front end of my... After this conversation, I think I'm going to prioritize Mao. I've met a person who called himself a NATO anarchist, and they love Rojava despite it being bombed by NATO. Yeah, dude. So, look, if you stick around on this channel for long enough, you'll hear me start talking about how the hardest thing for a person to deal with is themselves, and how there are like 7 different aspects of yourself, and they're all in kind of struggle with one another. And the great struggle for a human is to align those different selves and get them in unity and send them into the world together. It's like a constant struggle. Yeah, I think like there's lots of people who operate with these contradictions and don't understand them. Don't really understand why it's even bad that they have these contradictions inside of themselves, right? Because one part of themselves is an anarchist, and then another part of themselves is really begging for order, right? And so they see within, I'll use your example, right? They see within NATO that sense of order, right? But then they also understand that there's something deeply wrong and they need to follow a different line. Kami says, you should divide yourself into 2 contradictions and compare them when you act. No, look, okay, you want me to do it? I'll do it. This poster that's right behind me is not for play. It's not there because I like rainbows, right? It's not an LGBTQ statement. We are divided into at least 7 different aspects, if you like. Chakras is what it actually is on the poster, but it is just a tool to describe what it is to be a fucking human. You've got 7 voices inside of yourself, and they have 7 distinct purposes. And you can focus on those purposes, and you can ask yourself questions, and get yourself in balance, right? And if you don't ask yourself questions in those regards, then it's likely there's parts of you that are just running, right? Like you can be operating in the world in a fight or flight mode and not even understand that, not even know that, right? It's just how you are. It's become so normal to you. It's just a base energy to you now, right? So you're just operating in a place of fight or flight. You don't know what you're fighting. You don't know what you're running from, right? And if you don't actually sit down, focus the energy on your root, where that sensation is originating from, and ask yourself just very calmly, like, am I safe? Everything fine, right? And forget about like in the future climate change and all that kind of anxiety ridden stuff, but just literally like, is there a lion around me? Are there people with guns around me? Like, and chances are good you're going to say no, right? And it's going to start the process of getting yourself out of fight or flight. And you can begin the process of actually looking around you and discovering something about yourself. Seeing if most people that operate in the world are reactionary. They're just reacting, right? Something happens, they react. Like, everyone wants to believe that they have free will, but the truth is that most of the time, including people who are aware of this phenomenon, most of the time you're just pursuing objectives that are given to you by the reality you exist in. Real simple stuff. I have to take a shit, right? That's you reacting, right? You're not sitting there planning in a calendar or doing a kind of thing that you got to take a shit. You just know that at some point, and you can get to the point where you kind of know when it's going to happen, but like when it happens, you react and you go do it. And that's such a ubiquitous one that literally every building has a chamber in it for you to deal with that situation because everybody has to, right? So there's something that you just react to every single day and you don't even think about it. Hunger is another good one. I'm hungry. Go eat, right? I'm sleepy. Go sleep, right? These are reactions. And you can plan things out and chart things out to make this make it easier on yourself. But the truth is that these are things that just happen to you. And those are like real clear physical ones, right? But there are others. Like you're just standing at a bus stop, just sitting there being like, doo doo ba doo ba doo 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 doo, and then your consciousness is like, hey, remember that time you stepped on your sister's toe when you were 12 and it broke her foot? And then you all had to go to the hospital and it racked up a big bill, and so you weren't able to go to Disney World that year? Remember? Do you? But yeah, you're in control. And Drunken Slav writes, so I can divide myself into self-serving, individualistic Slav. Yeah, that would be like your root. That would be like your root, and your like the bottom 3. Like the bottom half of your body is basically there for your survival, right? It's like literally your survival, which is the root chakra, and then it's your enjoyment, which I actually quite like. Like, are you having a good time? Are you pursuing something that you find fulfilling, right? And then the third one is, do you like yourself? Do you love yourself, right? Do you actually think you're good? Do you actually think that you're operating in a good way for yourself? And those are all very like rooted in the world kind of things. It isn't until you get up to your like heart, right? Which is about love and about connecting. And, or your throat or your eye or up here that you get into the more esoteric stuff. Yeah, Drunken Slav, what you're really describing is the conflict that happens at the heart, right? That we have to do stuff for our base survival. We live in a capitalist system. And so we have to make decisions. There does come a point where you have to bite the bullet and make decisions for yourself. That you can't make it is impossible to exist in this plane of reality and make decisions for the benefit of all at all times. It's not at all possible. The fact that you're even thinking about the benefit of all or the benefit of some kind of larger system puts you well ahead of everybody, right? Most people don't. Like, if they do, it's very theoretical, right? Very theoretical, very esoteric. And but there does come a point, like if you want to survive, if you want to eat food, right? There just comes a point where you have to kind of say, okay, I need to eat this food for myself. I need to do this. I need to go do this job. I need to go do this thing that, is of benefit to no one, could be causing problems, could be causing harm, right? But at some point you got to eat, right? It's a living, right? And there are lots of people, I would argue most people, who are basically there and who are not afforded the time, energy, or effort it takes to even begin the next phase, which is, what do I think about how other people are? What do I think about these people who are around me? How do I make decisions that might help them? How do I make things that are easier for them? How do I do that? And just most people don't have the time or the energy. Most people are just caught in the momentum of history and the momentum and the passage of time. And most people are just running around being like, gotta get a job, right? Gotta get a job. And like, I think the saddest journey that exists in Western civilization, and I've seen it, I see it all the time actually, is that person who did everything they were told and doesn't realize that it's all bullshit until they're about 50. And that's when they begin the process of even looking at the institutions or the structures that they live in. And even sadder than that are the people who buy in all the way. Like, you take a look at a guy like Kevin O'Leary, I think is the greatest example of this. He's just a fraud that's just bought into this ridiculous system. And he doesn't really understand that he's like a supervillain. Like, he's just sort of this overt narcissist. Like, literally the guy is Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. He even looks like him. And so it's just like so sad. So sad to watch people grind themselves into these institutions and just kind of do what they're told. Only to kind of discover on the other end, what was this for? What was I doing? I kind of just got here. And then all of a sudden now I'm 40 or 50 and I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. I'm like the vice president of communications at RP and Sons. And my job is to just like send an email to a guy so he can go do something every so often. That like one of the sons of the founder will send me an email when he's got a problem, and then it's my responsibility to send an email to some guy to solve that problem. And that's my whole job. And I don't even really know what our company does, really. Communications. And I do that 8 hours a day. I don't really know why. I get a good paycheck doing it. And so I bought a house that I never really see because I'm here at this pointless job that is for nothing. Or I'm in my, nice car driving from point A to point B, which I guess, I can listen to audiobooks, I guess. And then on the weekend, all of my compatriots and friends are just getting sloshed and drunk and just kind of getting together and bitching about work, I guess. And then, Saturday I just sort of sleep and rest, maybe read a book or something. And then Sunday it's hard to do anything on Sunday because gotta get ready for Monday, and then you do it again. And what is it for? Why are we doing any of this? What are we actually doing? What is this for? Is this for anything? And even worse in that conversation, as it that guy's like a Gen X boomer guy, right? Now what's happening to the millennials is they're getting up to 40, 50, and they're being like, oh, I'm working my ass off, got all this kind of stuff. I don't really know what we're doing, and I can't even get a house. So I did all this. I can't even buy the house now. Fuck. Oh, what was this for? What are we doing? To me, that's the great tragedy of the West. We have all this wealth and we have all this power and we have all of this capability, all this potential. And we're literally wasting it on war games. Just straight up build another aircraft carrier. That'll make us great. At this point, I think we would be just better off walking into fields and staring at the sky. I think if everybody just went to the beach or went to a park or just went to the top of these skyscrapers we've built and just laid down and just stared at the sky, I think that we would all be a lot better off. If we actually started looking at one another and actually started asking ourselves, actually and seriously, in seriousness, with the expectation that there's an answer. What are we doing? What is this for? Why are we working our lives away? To what end? For what purpose? To achieve what? For that matter, why are we here? What is this universe that spawned us? Why did it spawn us? Does it have a reason? What's the point of any of this? It's certainly not to work at JP fucking Morgan Chase. What's it about? And we're never, ever, ever going to discover any answer to that question working for these fucking loser capitalists. It's just never going to happen. Because the only thing these loser capitalists care about is grinding the only actual gift you have, which is your life, into money that they themselves are responsible for printing in the first place. It's just stupidity upon stupidity upon stupidity. And we spend our entire fucking lives on it. When you would be absolutely fucking better off spending all of your days with a fishing rod in your hand, getting fish out of the fucking water. If you could. If some cop didn't come over and beat your head over for it. Sometimes I straight up am just sitting on the beach and I'll just see a turtle And I'll just be like, that guy's got to figure it out. Like, that's it. Got to figure it out. Holy shit. See that eagle flying around? That motherfucker's got that figured out. These fish floating around in the water right over there, they got that shit figured out. Oh, but John, if you're just a fish, someone will come and eat you. Okay. Quick death, you're done. Nice time. Well, welcome to Earth. You had your moment. Like, you think this slow grind underneath this absolutely pointless institution is better? Cool. Cool. We have White Flowers. What's ML Marxist Leninist? Welcome aboard, White Flowers. You caught me in the oddest of moments, but like, I don't think humans are a dead end of evolution, but just like, we are definitely like 3-year-olds. Like, on the cosmic scale, on the like we have an idea in our heads. And this idea seems to be a bit universal. There's like a universal idea that we all think is good. We all do. Like, we all think it's good. We should explore space. Everybody thinks so. Like, even the people who are like kind of skeptical about it, right? There's this innate desire amongst us. We have this explorer's ambition. We want to do it. We want to explore space. We want to know more. But we're too dumb. We're too young and naive and idiotic. And we don't have we're putting the cart before the horse. And how do I know that that's the case? Because we don't know anything about the ocean. Like, we don't know anything about the ocean. Like, you want to get to space? All right, cool. There's the testing ground. It's called the bottom of the fucking ocean. Right? You want to go and terraform Mars? Well, you better not de-terraform your own fucking planet doing it. Like, we could do it. We could. I actually think humanity is capable of it. Like, one of the big things, like, I think in 500-600 years, right? Like, people will look back and they'll be like, those humans were doing things with fossil fuels. Like, they were doing some fucking crazy shit. And we are doing some crazy shit. Right? And then we're going to run out of it. And the people who look back on us will curse us because we're going to be like, yeah, we burned it all. We burned it all shooting rockets at space, driving cars around, right? We're a bunch of fucking idiots, right? We're like 3-year-olds. But at least it shows people that things are possible, that there are these possibilities that exist. Even though we're just like being dumbasses about it. And we're not really trying to think things through or be wise about it at all. Like, our leaders are straight up just like, the free market will decide. And then they give like a massive subsidy to some con man who just like runs a grift, and then the moment we all go, wait a minute, he's just like, haha, I'm dead now, bye, and that's it. Like, we don't quite understand that like institutions are important, right? You actually do, like, if you want to do something, if you want to get something done, you have to build an institution. And you have to basically say to that institution, your job is to do that thing. And we're not going to tell you how. because we expect you to tell us how to do it. Because that's your fucking job. You don't need to build incentive structures and have a competition model or any of this. No, you need to take people, you need to put them in a room, you need to give them money, and you need to tell them, figure it out. That's what you do. That's how you do it. And however they want to structure themselves and however they want to pursue it, well, they know better than you do. So you do that, and you let them do it. And if you try to build these institutions off of investment structures, right? If you try to get a capitalist involved in it, the capitalist will be like, well, how do I make any money? They don't even have anything invented yet. What's the product even? How can I sell it? I don't even know what it is because it hasn't been invented yet. So you better tell me what it is you're going to invent before you invent it. Just what a great way to kill everything. What a great way to make sure you just die in the water, right? That's why the only investments that exist anymore are just weapons technology, right? Because we know for sure the United States government is going to destroy somebody. Or it's the only surefire way to make money anymore is to just put your money on Lockheed Martin, basically. Because we're goddamn sure that America is going to destroy something. Right? And after it blows up Afghanistan again or Iraq again, right? After it carpet bombs the shit out of Botswana, it's going to need to rebuild those bombs. Right? That's how it rolls. That's how it's always rolled. Yeah, we're going to give another $2.4 billion to Ukraine again. Sure. Got to maintain the genocide in Israel, right? That's money. Right? And then if any settlement is actually ever reached after we carpet bomb all their infrastructure, then we get to fund an infrastructure project within the country we just bombed, right? We get to float an IMF loan. It's a perfect circle, right? Build a building to blow it up, to build it, to blow it up, to build it, to blow it up. That's the American economy. That's the whole American economy. Build a building to blow it up, to build a building to blow it up, to build a building to blow it up. And what do you end up with? Nothing. You get one guy who gets a whole bunch of money sitting in the corner being like, I'll tell you kids these days, the way that I made money, and the way everybody should make money is that you gotta make sure that when you meet the devil at the crossroads and the devil offers you a deal, you take it. And that's how you make money. And if you're smart, you'll do that. Right? That's what you end up with. You just end up with one psychopath telling you how to be a psychopath and saying that's how I made my money, by being a psychopath. And everybody else lives in fucking mud. And that's humanity. That's the human condition right there. Yeah, when humans run out of petroleum, how will rockets get into space? Yeah, that's my new favorite thing, Inverted, is I don't even bother, when I meet a climate change denialist, I don't even bother discussing climate change with them anymore, because, hold on. Yeah, there we go. I don't even bother trying to discuss climate change with them anymore because they're obviously demented. But I do ask them the question, so what's the plan when the fossil fuels run out? What's the plan when we run out of fossil fuels? Because that's going to happen. Right? And even these climate change denialists don't have the temerity to deny like what you can prove by drinking a soda, right? Yeah, if you have a liquid and you drink it, it goes away. So what's the plan after we run out of that fossil fuel? And you're just going to get like slack-jawed, dumb faces. Because these people haven't thought about that shit. I haven't thought about the basic reality of what happens when the resource runs out. Like, and what's hilarious though is that if you get a guy who like does some on the spot thinking, and climate change denialists, boy howdy, are they real? They're real thinkers. What you end up with is a bunch of guys telling you a bunch of solutions to climate change. Well, what we should do is transition our fossil fuel economy into a renewable energy economy. We should be doubling down on investments in solar energy. That's what we should be doing. The sun's an infinite source of energy and we could use it. Cool. Cool. We should have done that 30 fucking years ago. Like when I was an 11-year-old, I said that. Like, yeah, we should build solar panels. And do you know what I got told? Well, solar panels aren't very efficient, so putting any money into research and development for solar panels is just going to be lost investment. So we gotta just try to find more efficient ways to deal with the kind of thing. Now China's dominating the solar panel industry. Solar panels are now getting to the point where they can produce so much energy that they actually drop the price of energy so much that capitalists are complaining that they can't make money on energy anymore. Because it's only the system of capital that complains about infinite free energy. Like, we're dumbasses. We've got the intellectual capacity of a 3-year-old. Friendly Fire, good to see you. Or Friendly FFS. I don't know about the Korean Chiboy system, so I don't know what that is. Drunk Slav writes, oh my god, you need to read Fascism and Social Revolution. Yeah, it's pretty amazing how often I'll like be talking about an idea that I think is unique, and then somebody will be like, oh, that's like this book. I'm like, yeah. You should ask Slade Front on Twitch. That weirdo thinks the oil regenerates. Amazing. Just amazing, dude. I knew it. I knew there was going to be somebody out there who was just going to be like, no, the oil comes from the lizard people. That's where the oil comes from. The lizard people they pray to the chaos god Slanesh, and the chaos god Slanesh bestows upon the lizard people the vast swaths of oil. They only put it underground as a ruse to fool the humans. He calls himself a Marxist. Yeah, there's a lot of frauds calling themselves Marxists these days. Like there's a whole party dedicated to it. The American Communist Party, right? They call themselves communists and they're obviously frauds. It comes up from below the ground, from inside the earth. Yeah, he's friends with those losers. Yeah, of course. No, of course. Like, one of these days I'll do like a bigger, deeper dive on like all the founders of the ACP, right? But like the three that I really know of, right, are Haz al-Din, who is obviously mentally ill, right? Jackson Hinkle, who is clearly an opportunist, and Eddie, right? Midwestern Marx, who I think is just like a young guy in over his head. He just doesn't actually have any friends. And so he seems to be the one who's actually like doing the real work and like has the real analysis, but then is like hanging out with these like complete losers. Woke CIA drone pilot says Haz's greatest contribution to the world was his surprise at women having more than 2 holes. Yes. Yes. Like it's important to point out that these guys are all very young. Like they're young men. Young, and like I understand that Haz al-Din is not like, his skin is not white, but he's white. Like it's the cultural whiteness. Like, look, these guys think that being a straight white man, or at least being a man, a straight man, is a default setting. That's what they think, right? And that's just in all their writing. Just read anything they write, and you're just like, oh, these guys think that being a straight man is a default, that that's the universal, and that anything that's not straight and white is other, right? That it's just some other category. And like no, I mean, if I was to actually genuinely critique the ACP, I don't think you need to look any farther than Haz al-Din's writing, The Rise of Mega Communism. I really highly advise everybody to just like search that up and find that, The Rise of Mega Communism. The guy literally endorses a Nazi in it. So it's just like as damning as it gets. Like the only way it could be more damning is if he was like, the Jews control the media. It'd be like he's literally one step down from that. Yep, Haas is a head case. Jackson is a PR huckster. Eddie is well-meaning, but his crew are useless. I don't know about his crew being useless. I just think that, like, I would not be too surprised to find out that the people Eddie is working with are opportunists, and that Eddie is actually, like, he's a true believer, and that they're just kind of manipulating him from behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be surprised to find that out at all. Because, like, Eddie's analysis is good. Like, that's the thing. Right? Like, when you tune into Infrared, the guy is mentally ill. Right? Like, he doesn't actually know what he's talking about. And I don't mean that he doesn't know what he's talking about because he's illiterate or uninformed or any of that kind of stuff. Like, I think that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Right? Like, I don't think he could remember what he said 5 minutes after he said it. Like, and Jackson is like, he's not very articulate, right? He's not very, because he's only kind of cosplaying at it. Like, I've said before that Hinkle, I think, if the social position that would have gotten him power would have been fairy queen drag boy of Algernon, he would do that. Right? If he believed that he could put on pink platforms and big gigantic sunglasses and come out to the world as Jane Hinkle and with a big beard and be like, yes, Queen slay, and that would gain him political power, he'd do it. Which, incidentally, sounds awesome. He would slay, I'm sure. Right? He's got the body for it. But at the end of the day, he's just a dude kind of surrounded. Jackson repeats sane geopolitical talking points from real analysis, so there's a need for that. Sure. Like, sure. Like, I don't hate that. But it's just pretty clear that he's an opportunist. That the whole mega communism angle is just opportunism. And should the contradictions inherent between those two ideologies actually, or I shouldn't say actually, finally come to a head, Jackson's just going to go where the power is, which is probably in the fascist camp, because that's usually how that works. Right? Like, this guy's not going to stand up for Marxism at the end of the day. Like, there's plenty of Republicans and plenty of right-wing people who have good geopolitical analysis. Right? A guy like John Mearsheimer, not a communist. Right? A guy like Chris Hedges, not a communist. Guy like Jeffrey Sachs, not a communist. Right? And the moment, and I mean this, like, the moment it becomes disadvantageous for Jackson Hinkle to align himself with Marxism, he will abandon it. It'll happen very quickly. Right? It'll just be like a Dave Rubin-esque switch, and then he'll make a whole bunch of content about why I abandoned communism. Right? And he'll make like 6 months worth of content based on the flaws with communism and why communism doesn't work, and he'll suddenly become like a big loud voice against communism. The way that Dave Rubin became a loud voice against the Democrats, right? Because Dave Rubin is also an opportunist and also a shill. And I think that's the path for Hinkle. That's what I expect to see, right? And just because he's like repeating sane geopolitical talking points, it's like cool. Like, there's lots of people who are on the right, like Colonel Douglas McGregor, when he talks, it's like, yeah, you sound reasonable. Like, I don't agree with everything he says, obviously, but like that doesn't matter. It sounds reasonable, sounds sane, right? So that doesn't shore up his credentials, in my view. Hedges, Sachs, Mearsheimer are pretty factual, extreme pragmatists, all of them, anti-strategic almost, opposite of neocons at least. I don't know really what you mean by saying anti-strategic almost. I do think that like there was a really, really interesting talk that happened recently with Sachs and Mearsheimer at it. It was a panel discussion. And Sachs and Mearsheimer were like pretty much lockstep with one another, but when they diverged, it was a really interesting divergent point. And what the divergence point was is that Mearsheimer's position is that he calls himself a realist, or as I like to call him, a communist with no solutions, and he puts forward this idea that international politics is inherently anarchic, right? It's inherently anarchic. There's nothing above you. You can't go talk to a boss, right? So it's inherently anarchic. And when you're in that position, states want the most amount of power that they can get. And as a state begins to accrue power for itself in order to protect itself from its neighbors, that is very threatening to other states that are also doing the same thing. And that this arrangement leads to misunderstandings or conflicts, and that he views those conflicts as unavoidable, that that's part of the system that we operate in. And Jeffrey Sachs, of course, agrees with the analysis, but then says, can't we go one step further? Can't we try to at least say we don't need to pursue the path of war? Can't we purposefully do that? And Mearsheimer, I think, disagrees. I think that he believes that it's an inevitability. That while he says, like, he'll say, my heart is with Sachs. I want it to be that way. It just isn't. And to me, I think what Mearsheimer and Sachs, what that conversation or what that moment represented was a desire to see humanity grow up, a desire to see humanity come to terms with itself and grow, what someone might call evolve into another level of understanding. And that Sachs believes it's possible, Mearsheimer doesn't. And I think that it really reaffirms what I believe about Mearsheimer, which is that he's a communist with no solutions. He sees the world as fixed, and communists don't see the world as fixed. That communism is the process of wiping away what is established, of wiping it away in order to build something anew or create something different. And so the and so there's an optimism there that I think Mearsheimer doesn't have. Yeah, McGregor at least wouldn't get 1 million people killed for no clear goals. He's that professional. Like R.D. Bakshi, the Indian general. Well, you want to gain something, like that's the big thing. The big problem with like if you want to get into the realist conversation, like everything America is doing is so that a handful of capitalists can make money because they worship money. And that it's that money worship, right? So from their perspective, they are gaining. There are gains there. But from any other perspective, it's all just fucking a disaster. It's like a total goddamn disaster. All of these wars are for fucking nothing and have resulted in fucking nothing. And there's just no reason to do any of it. Like, if we had have taken all of this initiative, destroying the Middle East, and funneled it into our own institutions, we would be way stronger. We'd be so much better off. We'd have less enemies, certainly. And, like, the idea that, like, what the dumbest position I think that people have in America, we got to fight them over there or else we'll fight them over here. No, you fucking won't. You're surrounded by ocean on all sides. Like, you're sharing this big old border with Canada, who's your vassal. You got Mexico, who's in no state to fight you. It's not gonna fight you. You got the North Atlantic Ocean on one side and the North Pacific Ocean on the other side. Who's fucking with you? Nobody. What are you scared of? Like, what are you actually fucking scared of? And if instead of going over there and fucking around and getting a bunch of people killed and doing fuck all, if instead you took all that and built some infrastructure, built some institutions, you'd be so much better off. So much better off. But America is just going to collapse inward, right? Like, it's just got nothing left to give. They can't even meet recruitment quotas for their military, so their military is shrinking, right? They've got all this equipment they can't use. They straight up can't get grunts because everybody knows it's a fucking dead end. Friendly FFS writes, are you talking about the bloody revolution part of communism? I don't know what that's in reference to, so I don't know how to respond to that. Like, yeah, but how dare people fight back, right? I don't know. When Luke blew up the Death Star, I really cried for those stormtroopers. I got to tell you. But the Death Star was such a good job creator. Like, wow, all those jobs. Just wasted infrastructure, right? How the Rebel Alliance, they should have just petitioned. Yeah, right. I just love these guys. I love it when people try to act as apologists for like communist revolutions and try to act as apologists for the people that the like. Should I feel bad for the Tsarists? Should I feel bad for the imperialists in China? What about Batista? Should I feel bad about him? Like I don't really get the position. Like, are we supposed to be cheerleading for are we supposed to be cheerleading for literal pogroms under the Tsar? Like what are we doing here? Like, when I watch a film about Robin Hood, like when you watch Robin Hood, do you go, oh, Robin Hood stealing from the rich? Those people worked hard for that; they earned it. Like, ugh. Amy surviving Romanov would have been used in the West to reactivate the Tsarist. Like, I'm I'm more or less of the opinion that wasn't a strategic move. That's all. Like, I don't try to justify the Romanov family getting killed on strategic lines. I don't think that it was a strategic decision. Like, I think that period of time was very brutal. I think there was a lot of brutality. And Russia at that time is a brutal place. Well, I think we may have reached the end of this one, guys. I've been doing it for 4 hours, 4.5 hours now. This is nice. This is a good one. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being, walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.